Hello and welcome into our latest live broadcast, our last
of 2021.
That's right. Our last broadcast of 2021 because tomorrow
is New Year's Day
2022. And I want to welcome everybody in and thank you for joining us on New Year's Eve.
How many people are drunk already? Two. All right, no, okay.
We can still count. He's not that drunk.
Yeah, so. Two. Yeah, okay.
A couple contributions already kicked us off. Look at this. Before we even got started, there's our good friend Peter Laycock, who joins us from Bonnie, Scotland. He says, "Good evening." Somehow I turned into Vincent Price.
Yeah.
"Good evening, Carey and Mitch, and everyone in the chat room from Edinburgh, Bonnie, Scotland."
That's not Vincent Price. That's Bela Lugosi. Yeah. All right. So, Dracula. All right. Anyway,
I really shouldn't do impressions.
No.
50 goons.
54 is actually pretty warm.
54 degrees Fahrenheit in Edinburgh, Scotland. I wish everyone a happy New Year to you, Peter. Thank you for all your contributions throughout not only 2021 but even in previous years. You folks watching need to know that without the generosity of Peter Laycock, there is a lot of content we would not have been able to do. So. We got to get a plane ticket. We should fly out to Scotland and surprise them. Wouldn't that be fun? But after the pandemic is over.
Do I have to wear a kilt? I really want to.
If you wear a kilt, I want you to always walk behind me, especially upstairs.
Okay. All right.
Mike Visions contributes £3. He says, "All the best to you both and to all in chat for 2022. Right on. Well, thank you, Mike. Cowboy Rowdy with a $10 contribution said, "I sent you an Amazon gift card." Oh, did I? I usually put my phone away and had it in my pocket the whole time. And what do we have? Michael Hewitt sent $75. Wow.
Whee!
Of course, PayPal just took $2.50 of it. But no, I'm not complaining. Thank you for that. That's still less than YouTube takes.
Yeah.
There it is. $50 Amazon gift card from Cowboy Rowdy. Thank you so much. Yeah, don't get me started on this. I'll be on this for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Cowboy Rowdy, and definitely will be coming in handy here as we have a bunch of projects already lined up for 2022. There's Bob Connors with a $25 contribution. Bob also sent a $100 Amazon gift card. And Bob received, we built a computer, remember?
Yep.
Bob loves it. Bob's our fellow Michigander.
Yeah, Michiganian.
Mm. Yeah, don't.
Yeah.
No, Michigander.
Michigander.
He says, Bob says, "Happy New Year to Carey and Mitch. May the coming year help you live long and prosper." I can't do the.
No.
Can you do it?
No.
My fingers don't.
Yeah.
I'm a Star Trek. I mean, a Star. Oh.
Yeah. Starting out smooth.
I'm a Star Wars guy.
Starting out smooth. All right.
I've been out of practice. It's been a heck of a week. Tony Wello. Hey, there's Tony with $4.99. He says, "Hi, guys." And Tony Wello also sent an Amazon gift card. So thank you, Tony. And PD Gamers 2.0 with $4.99 says, "I am looking forward to your stream. Happy New Year." John Craig joins us from jolly old England with a £5 contribution. He says, "Never mind coffee and cookies. It's New Year's Eve and I'm drinking scotch and munching pork rinds." That's my kind of guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just Tuesday for me. Happy New Year. Thank you. Happy New Year to you, John Craig. Rick Lakes with $10. He says, "Hello, Carey and Mitch. Happy New Year." Happy New Year, Rick. Thank you guys so much for kicking us off with the contributions. I am going to tell you, we have a little story about today's build. Should we get right to it?
Yep.
Or do we want to talk about this last week?
No.
Okay.
Later. Yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of shirt am I wearing, Chad?
It looks like an NZXT.
Yeah. Three guesses. Okay. All right.
Let's see. What is it? What is Mitch's shirt?
You're blocking me. All right. Yeah.
This isn't about you.
Yeah, okay. Ta-da. Okay. Of
Ta-do.
course. Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah. Ta-da. Yeah. Well, give me the story there.
All right. So back in the day, Studio A, and everything was okay. It was a bright and sunny day.
One more rhyme. No? All right. And everything was okay.
I think it was in May.
I think it was in May. That's fine. Okay.
You and I built and updated the streaming computer, which started out some people were criticizing me of being an Intel fanboy versus, just trying to stay in business.
Now, was that the first one where you put all the contributors' names?
That was Threadripper.
That was Thready.
So that's where you and I met.
That was Thready 1.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The original Threadripper build, which is at Studio A, and it's got everybody's name on the front. Peter Laycock's name is on there, and I think John Craig's name is on there. A lot of people's names are on it. It's still over there, and it's perfect. It works perfect.
So that was considered Thready 1.
Well, that's the original Thready.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call myself Carey the first if there was a second, and if there was, the world would implode.
Yeah,
but besides that, besides the Threadripper, because that was a $4,000 build initially, and then that was supported by the community. I said, if you guys want to see me do something outrageous, help pay for the parts. And I said, once we hit 4,000, I'm not going to accept any more, because just to prove that I'm not just. So we hit 4,000, and I bought the parts, and it turns out I had to buy some other parts, and I paid for it out of pocket. I didn't feel right going back and saying I need some more. Because we did the same thing with the Xenos. I said I need the money to buy the parts. And then by the time I got around to doing it, the parts were obsolete. I needed to buy new parts. So once again, I didn't go back to the community. I came up with the cash on my own and did it. And because I owed it to the community. So those were exceptional, kind of over-the-top builds. But what I was seeing in the chat room is, AMD came out with the new Ryzen processors, and I was very leery to try them because they're brand new and who knows what you're going to get into. And I'm not going to sell an unproven processor with unknown compatibility issues or potential heat issues or reliability issues to my customers and have it, if it doesn't go well, it could be permanent damage to my business. Customer may leave and never come back. So I thought, well, how do I prove to people that I'm just cautious? And the AMD platform was something I used to use before I started doing all the YouTube stuff. Before the Core Duo processor from Intel, the AMD Athlon XP is what I used. And very rarely did I ever use an Intel processor. But then the Core Duo came out, and then the AMDs fell to the side. They lagged behind in performance. And so I was Intel ever since. AMD just never came back. So now AMD comes back and everybody's all excited, but I'm like, well, now wait a minute. We need to give this some time to sort of mature and level out. I'm not going to put my customers at risk, put my business at risk. So then they say, well, you're an Intel fanboy. Now, philosophically, so what? Maybe, why is that a negative thing? Some people like AMD and some people like Intel, but if you don't like what I like, you're a monster, you're a horrible person, because you don't like what I like. That's a very anti-American perspective. People should appreciate the differences and say, oh, that's interesting that you prefer that because I prefer this. It shouldn't demonize the other person simply because they don't agree with you. To me, that just tells me you're very insecure in your feelings and you need other people to agree with you because you have the mob mentality that if everybody else agrees with you, then you must be right, even though it has nothing to do with right or wrong. So I have nothing against AMD, but I do want to stay in business. And so I thought, okay, how can I prove to people and give AMD a chance without risking my business? And I built a streaming computer using an AMD Ryzen, I think it was a Ryzen 1. And we had a lot of problems, RAM compatibility problems, all kinds of problems. And that's to be expected. Even if Intel came out with a new chip, that would still be expected, and I still wouldn't have used it to sell to customers. And all right, so then I thought, okay, so I think we went from a 1700, then I upgraded it to a 2700, and then I upgraded it again to what I think is in here is a 3700X.
Okay.
Well, the problem is, now since all the GPU shortages, I've got AMD processors that I can't use because I don't have graphics cards for them, which tells me all along my instincts were right. I should not have bought these because I can't finish these builds without the GPUs. And if I get the GPUs, it doubles the price of the computer and nobody wants to pay those prices. So they sit on a shelf. In the meantime, I can't get my hands on enough Intel CPUs, and I'm angry at myself for listening to some of the audience
Okay.
who bullied me. It's a form of bullying, right? They're accusing me of being an Intel fanboy, and I think, well, I'll prove you wrong. I'll build an AMD, and I'll build another AMD, and I'll build another one, right? And in that time, yeah, you had to add graphics cards, but these were intended to be gaming machines. So this was a 200R that was sitting in Studio A. And at its last upgrade, I think you and I did the upgrade, we put in, and I've already moved the motherboard out of the 200R and into this Corsair 4000D white case.
Okay.
Okay, and I pulled the graphics card. I needed it for a gaming system. And I thought, well, this system is completely useless to me now without a GPU. You know, if I had an Intel processor, this wouldn't be a problem. All right, I think I made that point. So, so this case was on sale. Newegg had it on sale for $79,
okay.
which I think is the price it is at Corsair anyway.
Okay.
And it's called the Airflow version of the 4000D in white. And I thought, you know, we've never done a white build. And, you know, when I bought the motherboard, this Asus Prime X470 is all white. It's got a white I/O shield, and I just happen to have white RAM that was initially in Threadripper,
okay.
but I was having RAM compatibility problems with Threadripper, and I was having RAM compatibility problems with the Ryzen, and after some BIOS updates and some different RAM in Threadripper, I had to find some use for this other RAM, and it was white, and the motherboard was white, and it was in a black 200R. But I need the 200Rs because those have sold out, so I said, oh, I'll put the white motherboard with the white RAM in the white case. But then I went, oh no, I need a GPU. All my GPUs are black. I've got like 4. So I'm like, I think it'll be cheaper to buy a new AMD CPU
With onboard
than to
graphics.
try and get a graphics card. Yeah, with a G version, right? And I'm like, well, what do I do with this one? But then I remembered Ryan in Nevada sent me, remember we did that AMD build and I bought the G processor?
Yep.
But the motherboard didn't have any video outs.
That's right, yeah.
All right, so this chip that doesn't have video should go on that motherboard that has no video outs.
Okay.
And I bought a new chip. You know what, are you okay to get?
Yeah.
I should get that. And ironically, this chip is $200 cheaper than the one that's in here. But that's is that a 5700X? What does it say on the top?
5700G.
It's a G, so it's got graphics. So what we need to do is we need to take the CPU out of here. Now this had a Scythe Mugen 5. Those are also sold out, and I'm like, oh, I'm taking that.
Okay.
And if we want to stay with a white theme, then we need a white liquid cooler.
Okay.
And we need a white power supply with white cables and white fans. So I took the fans out of here because they were just standard fans. Now I don't know if these are going to work, but you can show them. These are a kit of 5, I think, 4 or 5, 120 millimeter ARGB PWM fans. The problem with this motherboard is, I don't think it's ARGB. I think this motherboard is a 4-pin Asus Aura 12 volts. It's like for LED strips. So we might have to just have this on its own controller.
Okay.
Then we have a white 850 watt power supply. That's the Corsair. Interestingly, after I bought it, it got unlisted from Amazon.
Huh.
But that'll be in there with white cabling. And then I'll get this last one. This is an Asus ROG white liquid cooler. And so we're going to put on, oops. Try my microphone. So we're going to put all this together.
For the big white build.
Yeah, it's going to be but you know what? The RGB is not going to be in your face. If you notice, these fans only have like a little ring around them. The whole fan doesn't light up. It's going to be much more subtle, much more elegant.
Okay.
It's going to be quiet. It's going to have an 850 watt power supply so that whoever gets this, because let's face it, this would be a great gaming machine if somebody gets their hands on a graphics card, whether they've got the money to buy one or they wait until prices come down, they won't have to replace the power supply. So the whole thing is decked out in all white.
Very nice.
And we've never done a white build before. And this repurposes the old streaming computer. And I'm going to take the old 200R. In fact, I already have, and I've already built another system into that. My business clients, they're not going to, this isn't a joke.
No.
Like to my business clients, this is a joke. I will completely lose all respect for my business clients if I show up with something like this. So I'm desperately, grasping at what 200Rs I have. I have 3 left. And then Corsair had them back in stock again about 3 days ago. They weren't available anywhere else but from Corsair Direct. And I posted about it here on YouTube. If you guys caught it, you could have bought one. They're sold out now.
I bought 2.
So in any event, this is what we're going to build today, and this is why. And I think, see, there's a viewer, his name is Jose. Jose's been watching, he's Photo Mix Media in the chat room. I don't know if he's in there today, but he wants to buy a computer from me. And he does photo editing, if you can't tell from his name. And he wasn't quite certain what he wanted. He was kind of asking me for advice. And I said, I'll tell you what. I said, Mitch and I are going to be building a really nice system that will be great for photo editing. I said, do you have a preference of Intel or AMD? He said, didn't care one way or the other. I said, what's your budget? He's like, I really don't have a budget. I said, do you need a graphics card? He says, no, I think onboard graphics will do just fine for what I'm doing. And I said, well, watch the show on Friday, and if you like what we build, I'll hold it for you and I'll sell it to you, and I'll make you a really good deal on it. So this may already even be sold.
Nice.
Yeah. So all I've done off camera is I've taken the motherboard out of the 200R and put it into this case.
Okay.
That took all of about 6 minutes.
All right.
I took the Mugen 5 off of it. And so now what we have to do is replace, we're going to take this CPU out.
Okay.
And we're going to put it into that motherboard that Ryan sent us, and then that'll sit on a shelf for some rainy day when graphics cards are falling from the sky.
Okay.
And hopefully everything will go smoothly. He said nervously.
Yeah, keyword there is hopefully. Should we take the side panels off first?
Yeah, do you know how to do that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now these side panels come off a little differently.
We've got thumb screws. I'm interested to see whether they're attached.
Hey, Luke Greenia sent us $50. Thank you, Luke.
Let's see. How do panels, do these swing out?
That's what I was going to show you.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to step over here.
All right. Looks like they're
So these are captive screws, right? They don't
Correct.
come out.
Okay.
And then there's these little tabs, and there's little arrows that point this way. There's little metal, almost like cabinets have those little metal posts.
nubbins. All right.
Yeah, nubbins, and it pulls away.
Nice.
If you see these holes right here? Those slide in. So when you put this back, it slides into these there's little tiny tabs right here. So that slides in like a book, and then you close it. And when you push it in, it locks.
Okay.
And then you put your screws in. That's going to make the cable management easier since you're not sliding it across the cables. And look at the depth we have for cables on this case. It's much more depth for cables than on a 200R. There's room for 2.5-inch solid state drives, although we don't use those anymore. And there's a hard drive tray down here that you can slide, or you can move it. If you have, like we have, a modular power supply, we're going to want to move this cage further back this way so we have room to get our hands in there later. But that's your hard drive cage, which you could also just take out entirely, and that'll hold 2 3.5-inch drives if you're going to use that. Now we swing this back around this way. This front is also, look at this, it just pulls off. And it's got metal, what do you call them, nubbins?
Nubbins, nice.
And this whole piece, metal.
Nice.
You can't really hear that that's metal. And then this is your filter.
Okay.
And we need to put 1, 2, 3 fans up there. It's very well built, solid.
And then this side, of course, being glass.
That's going to come off the same way. You take out the 2 screws.
I'll let you do that.
Okay.
Because it's glass, not your glasses.
My glasses?
It's just glass. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
These are just thumb screws. And again, you'll see there's a little tab that sticks out right there.
Okay.
It's intended for you to push with your thumb. Push away. Yeah, it's a little heavy. Bada boom, bada bing. And I'm going to put it down here, so ideally it won't get scratched up. All right, now as you can see, motherboard is already in place. I even put the brackets, the original AM4 socket brackets on, since I wasn't quite sure what the cooler was going to need. What do you think? Can we get the portable camera over here?
Sure.
This up here is the documentation and the rest of the screws that came with this case that were in that little Corsair cardboard box. I've taken them out and I put everything in one little Ziploc bag and threw it on top, because if you could see here, you don't want to. There's computers everywhere. I just cleared it out, but there was a lot of sales. And I got so many builds now for 2022, including more giveaways to the generous contributors that we'll be doing in 2022, even a couple more veteran giveaways as well. So I'm really excited for 2022. All right, let's see if we can get the cameraman to work.
Okay.
Let's see if I go to camera 3. Is that going to work? Yes, camera 3 is on. You're live on camera 3. Now notice this is not a black and white case. This is a black and gray case.
Okay.
And the only gray fans I know of are those Noctua Redux, and I don't want to use those. I wanted RGB on this, but I wanted mild RGB. I don't want that in-your-face RGB. Yeah, take a look at get a close-up of the motherboard in there.
Ooh. All white RAM, yeah. Now you think you can remove the chip with the case like this?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Or you want to put it on the side?
No, no.
You think? Yeah.
Well, we should put it on the side, but for the sake of the camera, I don't know. Yeah. Taking it out's easy.
Yeah. So.
Hey, Marty OL contributes $10. Thank you, Marty. Tom K with $2. He says, I hope 2022 is better than 2021 for all of you. Zero Core with $2 says, sad news, Betty White passed away at age 99. Ah.
What?
That's
her birthday here was on the 17th, January 17th.
Yeah, they were talking about her birthday, her 100th birthday party. Well, that's that's a big took the wind out of our sails.
Yeah.
She's such a cool lady.
Yeah.
And all the work she did with animals.
Yeah.
She said that she worked as an actress to pay for her other job of taking care of animals.
Yeah.
Paul Carroll with $10 says, Happy New Year. I just got my new Aurorus gaming motherboard, Z590 Ultra, with an 11th Gen i9 unlocked from my new NZXT H series case with an NZXT Kraken cooler. And I'm looking forward to building it for 2022. It sounds like a great computer, Paul. I think you're going to be very happy with that. And let's see, Zero Core, thank you for your contribution. Marty, thank you. Tom, thank you as well. Don Allen with a $5 contribution says, Happy New Year, Carey and Mitch. Happy New Year, Don, and Find Me in Hawaii contributes $9.99. Thank you to Find Me in Hawaii. I think that catches me up. Oh, Thomas Backenstow, there he is. I haven't seen Thomas in a while. Contributes $10.
How's Little Red running? Right?
I'm assuming no news is good news.
Yeah.
He's got two. He's got Little Red and a $200. Thank you, Thomas. Happy New Year. Yeah, I lost two friends this week. One of the reasons I haven't done a show this week is, since we're going to be all depressed, my very, very, very best friend.
Okay.
Since I've known since I was 12. And then another friend who I've also known, I guess, for a long time, though we weren't that close. But anytime we saw each other, we were always happy to see each other.
Yep.
Anyway, and he just had a heart attack. So it was like a picture of him smiling at the zoo, and then the next day, gone. So the one that's my best friend kind of shook me to my core.
Yep.
But with that out of the way,
but nothing like what happened last Friday.
Well,
we'll get into that later.
almost lost Mitch.
Yes, last Friday I spent my Christmas holiday in the emergency room, but
We went out for dinner after the show. Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve.
Wanted to take him somewhere nice, and it's been raining 5 days straight.
Yep.
And we got a parking spot, and it had stopped raining. I think when we, it was on and off, and then
Right.
so when it was back on again, and it was coming down harder
Hard.
and harder. So Mitch is like, I think we got the parking spot, and Mitch says, I think I'm gonna sit. I don't know about you, but I want to sit here and wait for this rain.
Because it might pass.
Well, in
or get
Arizona,
less.
it usually doesn't rain hard that
right.
long. And it wasn't, maybe 2 minutes, and then
Right.
it kind of started to drizzle instead of the pour down.
Yep.
And so he goes, all right, well, we ready? I'm like, all right, because stupid me, I left all the umbrellas back at Studio A.
So we're in a parking lot, and I said, I'm going to run towards the restaurant front door. So I'm running, not running, but I would say trotting, and towards the front door of the restaurant, and there's about a 6-inch rise from the parking lot up to a sidewalk. Well, I'm trotting, and I leap up onto the sidewalk, and it's wet, and both my feet go out from under me, and
Flat on your back.
Flat on
what
my-
shoes were you wearing that day?
these.
No,
boots.
so you should have been wearing the shoes I
Yeah.
gave you. That
Yeah.
wouldn't have happened.
So I got the wind knocked out of me, and that was pretty scary.
Well,
but-
the thing is,
but,
you didn't want to get wet, and you end
No.
up laying in it.
Right. And Carey's
And
like,
I'm
shit,
like
yeah.
instantly trying to get him up
Up.
because, he's laying in
wet,
it's
yeah.
52 degrees. That
And-
water's got to be ice cold.
and raining on me, and I'm like,
Luckily, your ugly sweater, I think, insulated.
I thought so too, yeah, because it was very thick. And
I
so,
thought, oh my God,
so-
did you just hit your head?
So he's like,
Is
should
there
I call
blood?
an ambulance? I'm like, get me up, get me out of the rain.
And I became like Superman. I picked him right
Yeah.
up off the ground practically.
Yeah, I was quite impressed. So I get inside the restaurant.
And it's like, well, you still hungry?
And he said, what do you want me to do? You want me to take you to the emergency room, or you want me to take you to urgent care? And I said, no, I want a steak. So, so we had a nice meal, and then when we left the restaurant, he's like, I'll take you to the emergency room or a urgent care, but the urgent cares were all closed. I said, well, what I'm going to do is I'll drop you off and I'll go home. So I slept not great, and I got up Christmas morning about 8 o'clock, and I went, I don't feel very good. So I checked, and all the urgent cares were closed because it's Christmas. And I said, 5 minutes from my home is a hospital, hospital, and I go ahead and drive myself to the emergency room and think that I've either bruised my ribs or something like that, and they do all kind of x-rays, and the doctor comes in and says, old man, I got bad news for you. You have not bruised or cracked, you have broken 2 ribs on your left side, and we no longer bind them like we used to because you're going to breathe shallow, and if you breathe shallow, you're going to get pneumonia. So we don't do anything. You got to suck it up, buttercup. I can give you pills, pain pills, try to stay ahead of the pain. And so that was my Christmas, but I will tell you, Chad, every day it's been getting, less and less. I don't like sleeping on my back. That's a bit much because I've always been a side sleeper. But I've got no one to blame but myself, and it normally never rains here in California. My saddest thing
Here
is
in California?
in Arizona, yeah. And
I don't think he hit his head.
Yeah.
That's just natural degradation.
And my biggest disappointment, of course, is he said no working out, no going to the gym or riding your motorcycle for at least 5 to 6 weeks.
Oh man, I'm already ahead of you. I don't do any of that.
Yeah, so that puts me at about the end of January, but I'm not going to push it. And
So he's not lifting anything heavy. That's why you're not going to see big beast build. Or I'll have another way to get it up here.
And so, please, Carey, don't make me laugh. My brother had this happen to him as well, and he's like, you don't want to laugh, and you don't want to sneeze.
Oh man, you're going to be in a lot of pain around me because I am hilarious.
Yeah.
So
Oh, no.
So some people are making assumptions because I didn't name names. No, it's not my friend Ron. Ron's fine.
Yeah.
I grew up with a friend when I was first kid I met in school. My first day in school here in Arizona was 7th grade, and I couldn't find it. It was an elementary school, and they added a wing on for 7th grade, and then the next year they added a wing on for 8th. Typically, there's a different school, what's called a junior high school in America, that you go to for the ages of 12 and 13. So you're in elementary school from kindergarten, which is 5, until you're 11, which is 6th grade. Some people turn 12. But then usually it's 12 and 13, then there's junior high school, and then 14 to 18 or 14 to 17 is high school. So this was unusual. This elementary school had a junior high wing, but only had half of it, which is all I needed. I was 12. So the class is already all seated. The teacher's at her desk, and I have a note basically saying that I'm a new student and I belong here. And so the whole class stops and looks at this new kid coming in. They all presumably carried over from the year before. And this kid yells out from the back, because, I was always small and had a baby face. He says, "4th grade's down that way." That guy ended up being my best friend. We got jobs the same when we worked at Little Caesars Pizza together. Nice. We worked at Olin Mills calling people about photography together. We threw epic parties. His name is John Zulo, and John and I kind of parted ways. I talk about a friend who got involved heavily with drugs, and that was him. I never mentioned his name. He wasn't too happy I talked about it. He had messaged me once. I didn't know he watched my videos. Right. And he said, "Oh, I guess your videos are not all factual. I guess there's some embellishment, and you do it for storytelling." And I said, "No, everything I said is true." He's like, I've never had a drug problem. I've never." He gets really, really angry. According to him, he's a functional drug user. I don't live in a cardboard box up by the street. This picks the worst case scenario. Anyway, we got into a little argument after that, and I said, get over it. Nobody knows I was talking about you. They don't know who you are. Right. And he got cancer. And he ended up, and I didn't think it was that bad. It was supposed to be malignant. It should have been removed and chemo, and he should have been fine. So I wasn't expecting that. And then a friend I met at the Bulletin Board Systems, his name is John Bonnell, and John is local to the Arizona filmmaking community.
I'm surprised, I didn't know.
I'm surprised you've never heard of him. Yeah. He would do things for like film festivals, like way above what I do. You'd think he and I would be best of friends. Yeah. And we got along great, don't get me wrong, but they're doing stuff where there are professional camera operators, lighting, directors of photography, producers, low budget, film festival entry type films. Mm-hmm. And you can look up John, Jon Bonnell, over on Facebook. John Zulo too. Mm-hmm. But John Bonnell, you can see the work he's done and everything. Who's always smiling. Wish I had gotten to know him better, but I've known him since the 1980s. And so usually if there was an event, like a bulletin board event or something, that's when we would hang out. Okay. And a couple times we hung out together, but didn't see that one coming at all. That was just heart attack and gone. No warnings, no lingering. And I'm like, geez, this is getting to be a really rough year. Everybody around me is dropping like flies. It's like...
Or slipping.
Like
Crash Mitch. Like Crash Mitch.
You should have had those shoes on, Mitch.
I should have had those shoes on.
Anyway.
Enough of that. Let's get to work.
But the good news is, you and I are still here.
Yeah.
So, got a camera operator.
Yeah.
And
we're not drunk yet, and so we're going to do this build. You want to pull the CPU out first and put it in?
I guess let's take the CPU out of here. And you know what? I'm going to put it in this I'm going to grab a board over here.
Okay.
I think I'm going to come over here.
Okay.
So you might recognize this motherboard as the one we tried. And then after I got it all set up, I realized it has no no video outputs on it. So we ended up moving that chip onto a different motherboard. So now this chip, looks like we have a little thermal compound on there. Can you give me a Q-tip and some rubbing up? Oh, you know what? Maybe I should get it.
No, I get it. If I'm that bad, I shouldn't be on the camera, right, chat? All right, here we go.
Well, we can do a weekend at Bernie's thing.
Okay, all right. No. Every day and in every way, I'm getting better. What movie was that from? I would pick
not this big one.
Not this big one.
Yeah, anyone but that one.
Yeah.
Boy, it's been a rough.
Yeah.
It's been a rough December.
Yeah.
No, we gotta unscrew the cap.
This one too? Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, and that way I can do this. Thank you.
So I hope everyone had a great Christmas. You know mine wasn't great, but I'm just glad to be here.
Yeah, seeing you go down like that scared the hell out of me.
Yeah. I
could just think, all I could see was, did you hit your head?
Right.
I was looking for blood, and I was trying to get you up out of that water.
When you
ASAP.
got me up, that was the first thing is I checked, because the doctor said, did you black out when you landed? And I said, I don't think so.
And your glasses flew off your head before you hit the ground, but they were okay. They didn't break his glasses.
So, and if you've ever had the wind knocked out of you, it's a little scary, because you go to take a breath.
Yeah, you can't breathe.
And you can't, and your brain's going, you really should be breathing.
Michael Dane contributes $10. He goes, here, Mitch, I do your corny joke of the week. Confucius say wise man never play leapfrog with unicorn.
Okay.
Confucius say if you go to bed with itchy butt, you wake up with smelly finger. That's old Confucius. Tell me it's not true. All right. Those are elementary school jokes. Hope you enjoy them.
Oh, I got a good one for today. All right, let's see.
Oh, no.
So, do you say don't cut the tape, or you can cut the edge here?
Well, look at the other side of the box. Yeah, see now on Intel's, there's like a long label across here.
Okay.
With all your specs, and you don't want to cut that label because that's what you need for your warranty.
Mm-hmm.
So with AMD's, the only side of the box that opens is the top, and the specs, you're not cutting through the specs are down here.
Gotcha.
So you're just going to run that razor right across the top there. We got a how to open a box. That's how things have gone so far. Yeah, you better be careful with that razor now.
Yeah.
All right, so you see we just put the Ryzen, what is that? Is that a 3700X? I can't even tell anymore. Thank you, Michael Dane. $3,900X. That's a $550 processor right there today on Amazon.
Okay, and this is what we're
Now I'm going to put this away because this will be another project for another day.
And this is what we're putting in. G at the end means graphics. And so here we go.
Oh man, I got thermal compound all over my fingers. I don't even know.
Oh, and I will tell you, chat, because I have a tendency to breathe shallow because it hurts, that the doctor gave me some weird thing. It's got some weird name where there's a ball in there, and you got to blow, up to the certain level, keep the ball floating, because he wants to expand even though it's painful. He's like, I know it's going to hurt, but you want to expand those lungs, because if you breathe shallow, that's not good. And I'm like, I sure don't want pneumonia during what's happening in the world today. We've got a fan. So I said, how many times do it? Oh, you got to do it 10 times an hour. I'm like, yeah. So I got it right next to my desktop there, and here's our nice chip with our Go Faster sticker. And you want to set the case down, or you think you can do it on the Vertizano?
Yeah, I'll just looking through the chat here. Nicholas Higlini with a $10 contribution said, who's going to clean that case, that white case, every week? Depends where it is. Some places aren't as dusty as Arizona.
No.
I think this would go to California. It's not dusty in California. It'll stay nice and white.
No, it's smoggy. All right.
And yeah, Thomas Backenstow with a $10 contribution. I think I mentioned that one already. So I think we've had our roller coaster ride
Yeah.
for the end of 2021.
Quite,
I'm looking forward to a better
2022. Quite memorable. So
yeah.
unforgettable. All right.
Yeah, well, the rest of the show will be uplifting.
Yes.
But we have a dose of reality in there. We do have to face it. I do like to keep things real on this channel, and there are real challenges. You know, hey, go put on a show today when you're in pain and I've lost a friend, and it's like, well, you got to do the show anyway.
Yeah. Well, I don't have to worry about you making me laugh. Okay.
You did that one to yourself.
I did that one to myself.
That one's all you.
Okay.
All right. Now, you know, I might need to put that CPU back in there because this may not be recognized. This is, what did we say this was, 5900G? 5700G.
5700.
And that's a 3900X. I'm getting all my numbers mixed up on a 470 board. Not to be mixed with the B460, which is Intel, or the B560, which is Intel, but the 570 is AMD. It's all very, very confusing. Anyway, starting to feel like Mr. Mom. Yeah, 570, 571, whatever it takes.
Take a chance.
So we could try it and see if it posts.
Let's do it.
However, that means we have to throw a heat sink on it, and I don't want to do the whole liquid cooler install only to have to take it off again. So, and I don't want to use this one. This one is going to have thermal compound already on it, and it's going to smear all over everything. Yeah, see, there's thermal compound already on that.
Didn't you have a test one laying around?
Yeah, I have one around here. I have to find it. Whoa. Now, you know I've sold out when you do that and then say, but the good news is I save 15% or more on my car insurance. At that point, you say, Carey has lost all dignity. All right. It's all right. I didn't have much to begin with. All right. Is my microphone back on? Yeah.
You think you can do that upright, or you?
Oh, sure.
Or you want to set it down?
I might lay down.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm quite jealous.
Ooh, it's not good. See the way that bounced out of the package?
Yeah.
That's a good way to bend some pins.
Steady. No. Okay.
Yeah. So typically the way these go in, you see how it says Ryzen? And I've shown this with the Intels too. Usually, the latch closes on the right side. It closes down with the words. On most motherboards, the mini ITX boards are a little different, but on most ATX and micro ATX boards, you follow the direction of the latch. You see the latch? Right? So the word Ryzen would be here facing this way in the.
Yep.
You understand?
Yep.
So, at least I think. Now this is a little challenging to do while it's upright like this. However, with a gentle hand, if I slide it very gently over the holes, and if I have the direction correct, which I may not, I think, yep, it just went in.
Okay.
And then I can close. I got to keep pressure on it because we're not using gravity, and that locks it in place just like that.
Easy peasy. Okay. Now you've got to go locate the test pan.
Yeah, I need a cooler, don't I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you think this won't work because of the BIOS, or what are your thoughts?
Yeah, well,
your thoughts on that?
if the motherboard was invented a year before the CPU was invented, how does the motherboard know to recognize the CPU unless you update the motherboard?
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
You know how the post office has those FBI's most wanted? Well, they have to update those pictures.
Doesn't really look like you, but yeah.
And you think, first of all, why didn't they just hold on to the guy when they took his picture?
Right.
But furthermore, there are people that are becoming the most wanted. It's not a static list, it's changing.
Okay.
And so they have to go in and change the picture. Otherwise, the FBI's most wanted could be standing right in front of you in line at the post office, but you wouldn't know that because they haven't updated the picture yet. So because you haven't been updated with the information, you don't know who that is, or that you should. So in the same way, this is an interesting analogy, a BIOS doesn't recognize a chip it hasn't been taught how to recognize yet. It doesn't, when they make the motherboard, it's not like AMD says, here's our next 3 years worth of chips going into the future. That would get leaked out and it would give Intel an advantage. So it's all kept secret. But the motherboard has to be able to read the code on the chip to acknowledge it. And they won't know what the code is until the chip comes out. So do you just hold back all your motherboards for the current line of chips so that you can make sure they're compatible with the next line? No, you get an updated BIOS, and then that gives it the most wanted, the fingerprints of what to look for when another chip is put in. It knows, oh, I know what this is, and it's programmed to handle it.
Our good editor, Planet Cryos there.
Yeah, with a $50 contribution, he says, hope all is well with both of you. This is too funny. I'm doing a white build myself with the Corsair 4000D and an 11900K.
Nice.
Great minds think alike, I guess. That 11900K is so great. Yeah, I was talking with Marty about what we were going to do with his old machine. Marty wants to do something for you for your birthday build. And I said, well, I think we were going to do the HTPC for you. And Marty's like, well, you need to let Mitch decide.
Well,
I said, well, of course I'm going to let Mitch decide. Yeah. This is your birthday present.
I think you and I talked about the black build that we did for my birthday 2 years ago, or maybe even 3, that we would put the 1100K, because you loved it so much.
Oh, that 11900K.
And so I'm like, yeah. So you're like, I think, even though it's an 8-year build and it's working great, but I'm like, when you did the benchmarks, I was so impressed, and it was so screamingly fast.
And we can take your old build and we can give it away. We can do a giveaway with it.
Yeah. So I think.
So Marty's like, yeah, I'll help pay for it, And I'm like, all right, well, we'll talk to Mitch about it, but we're still a few months away. So
what a guy! March 5th. Yeah.
All right, so I have to lay this down, and I'm not going to use any thermal compound because this is just going to go on here momentarily. This is going to be a real quick
check. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to take these little plastic pieces off because this cooler screws in. Well, watch out! You got the pliers there. Thank you.
I'm feeling like a couple of blue moons tonight.
Yeah.
Of course, all the Uber drivers charge 3 times as much.
I wouldn't know that. I'm not an Uber driver.
Oh, okay.
Lyft, despite what you might have heard on the internet.
Yeah, Lyft. All right. You're wearing Lyfts, not Lyft.
Right, that's right.
Yeah, okay.
The ride-sharing service I use is called 10-Speed Bicycle.
Okay.
I still need this.
Yeah.
All right. Just go ahead and set that down anywhere is fine. Now the hard part here is putting this in. So now the back plate has fallen off.
Yes, it has. So.
These AMDs, you have this back plate, and you have to hold it. Let me have you just put some pressure on that for me.
Certainly. All right. Yeah.
Right there, not on the motherboard, just on the back plate. Yeah. And then you'll notice on this, and maybe you won't notice on this, these 2 screws. See the distance between these 2 screws? And you see the distance this way? On an Intel cooler, the distance between the screws is the same, so you can put the cooler on any of the 90 degrees. With an AMD cooler, it goes on either this way or that way, and on a Threadripper, 2 screws towards the bottom are even closer together, so it absolutely can only go on one direction. So that's a little difference with Intel and AMD. All right, you holding that?
Oh yeah.
And where am I going to go? I'm going to go right there. I think I want to go this way. If I go this way, it's not going to reach the... Oh yeah, it'll reach. I'm just going to get this started so we can lay it flat. Oh, I guess we don't have to lay it flat. Now, this is not the way I would install a cooler permanently. This is installing a cooler temporarily. We're not using any thermal compound. And we're doing this because, once again, we need to see if the motherboard's going to post and recognize the CPU. Now, I know the RAM works with this board because it was all working when I took it all apart.
You know where to put the fan on, or do you need your glasses?
I'm going to need my glasses and maybe even a
flashlight.
Okay, so way up here, no, I don't need a flashlight. It says CPU fan and then CPU OPT. Okay. And it's telling us this top connector is CPU fan and the one below it is CPU optional or OPT. So that's if you had two fans on your cooler, you'd use the optional one for your second fan. So we're going to do just the main fan right here. And we're not going to do anything too crazy with this other than post it. We don't want to, you know, we don't want to run Prime 95 on it with no thermal compound. I mean, it would live, but it's just...
But we've got to put a power supply in.
I guess we need a power supply too, don't we?
Oh, yeah.
You know, Mitch is on the ball today.
Yeah.
Should we use the one that we're going to use, or should we just grab a temporary one?
Temp. Yeah, temp. I like it. Yeah. Temp.
What? That's work. I really want to jump to this very quickly.
It's beautiful.
We're just going to use this temporarily, just for a moment. Yeah, well, yeah. I like to think of myself as lazy. I mean, efficient. Yeah. Efficient. I'm very efficient.
If you say so. All right.
Yeah.
I do.
That's what I just said. I'd say it again, but it wouldn't be efficient.
So you really don't think this will post? Is what you're?
I'm concerned. I don't know if it will or it won't. I am concerned because I don't know the last BIOS I put on this. I was updating the BIOS regularly in order to get RAM compatibility. I mean, I was fighting with all kinds of RAM compatibility on this. So I was updating the BIOS constantly.
Okay.
Now, I just don't remember the last time I did it. I think it was a year ago, the last time I turned it on over at Studio A, because I was using Threadripper over at Studio A, because I finally got Threadripper running after 2 years of working on it, and I was going to get my money's worth out of it, darn it.
I think it's going to work.
And we still have the M.2. The Samsung 970 EVO Plus is still in here with the original Windows 10 and the all my desktop icons. Everything is still there. I haven't done anything with this.
Now, you're going to need a keyboard and mouse, right? I'll get that.
No, I'm going to get it, because I'm right here. Let me just hand this back to you, too. We should get that out of the way. Okay, keyboard and mouse. And I'll find a place back here to plug this in. And we'll go right up here. And then I need a power cable. Make sure this is off. And then finally, we need an HDMI cable. Thankfully, I was standing right on one. I don't know why I keep breaking them, just because I keep standing on them.
Yeah, go figure.
That should be all we need to post.
Smoke test?
Oh. Front port switch. Need something to turn it on with.
You got the new one in here? Oh, yeah, here it is right here. Ah.
And there's a link for this.
Yeah.
You see this has a
we use that
red light and a blue light and a reset switch and a power switch.
We used that last Friday for the first time.
Super long cable that I've tied up, and then it's got a single connector on here. That's.
You need your glasses to put
No, I added the connector. No, I shouldn't need them. Actually, yeah, I better trying to figure out what's going on here. Thank you. I thought this.
Don't bend those pins.
These usually have a little plastic.
Don't bend those
lip
pins
around.
now. All right.
Well, it just kind of hangs on there, doesn't it? Okay, that's it.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to turn this on now.
I'm going to step back.
And you'll see the RGB just fired up on the motherboard.
Ooh, okay.
Right, so the board's got RGB, the fans are going to have RGB, the cooler's going to have RGB, but it should be pretty subtle. Oh, and the RAM, you'll see the RGB flickers on the RAM. You might remember this RAM from Threadripper. Threadripper was blue screening on me, and I pulled the RAM out, changed it, and the blue screens went away.
So now you're going to want to switch to camera or different port. So it
Yeah, we
says
want to go to camera.
no signal, and then I shall hit the power supply when you say when. When?
All right, you're going to hit the switch?
Now or no?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Let's turn on the HDMI input, and then I have to move camera
Us in the corner?
3. No, I'm going to put camera 3 in the corner.
Okay.
Okay, it's good to go.
Now?
Yeah, I'm going to step over here.
Let me try lifting my
I'm going to get ready to run.
my left hand, which is very painful. Here.
Oh,
All right, yeah,
here.
No, I got it right here.
No, it's got to be this one.
Oh,
Sorry, I'm gonna do it.
okay.
Lights up, fan spins, and we'll see if we don't get a post, it means the BIOS is gonna need to be updated. And that means we're gonna have to take that CPU out, put the other one back in, update the BIOS. Anyway, so that's why I didn't.
Hocus pocus, bow-legged locust. It's gonna work.
Hey, Photo Ray joins us. Welcome in, Photo Ray. Look at the RAM doing its thing.
Nice. And bupkis.
Nothing, huh?
But be patient. It could take,
Yeah,
a bit. Don't come unglued yet.
yeah. I don't think it's gonna post, but
Okay.
I would like to be wrong.
I would like you to be wrong too. Zip, zilch, nada, nothing.
Now, when it doesn't post like this, it's not hurting anything, by the way.
Okay.
We're not,
Yeah.
if we just give it a few more seconds just to make sure. They're already celebrating New Year's in parts of the world where they're watching us right now.
Ah.
I'm going to think a BIOS update is necessary.
Okie doke. I would have
Someone
thought
says
it-
I missed their contribution. Let me see the mouse here. This chat moves pretty quickly. Whoopsie. We got 527 people watching us right now around the world.
Watching Crash Mitch and
Ian Gooch with a 10-pound contribution. Missed that one. Thank you, Ian. There's Captain Blinsky 58 with a $10 contribution. Says, Happy New Year. Watching on my new super deal 12.5-inch Samsung tablet. My Uncle Carey desktop is jealous. Rick Hubbard contributes £5. Rick joins us from London in jolly old England.
and I think we're caught up.
Did that catch me up? I think that catches us up. Okay. I had to put the mouse against my leg to move everything.
Okay.
So no post. This is not posting. So this looks like a BIOS update is going to be in order. So I'm going to need to download whatever the latest BIOS update is on this. What did I say this was? This is a Prime X470 Pro. So let me come around here. And let's give the camera operator a break. Okay, you're off. You're good. And let's see, we'll turn camera 3 off and turn the HDMI input off. And let's go over to Google and type in Asus X, what is it? Prime, did I say? Prime? What did I call this? X470.
Prime X470-Pro.
Pro, okay. X470 Pro motherboard. And then let's look at support. Drivers and tools. BIOS and firmware.
BIOS.
The latest BIOS is August 26th of 2021. I definitely don't have that one.
Okay.
It also says it improves system performance. You won't see Intel updates that do that. This is something that comes along with new technology. If Intel came out with some brand new, well, they kind of did with the 12th gen, but the 12th gen is not a massively new chip like the Zen series were.
Okay.
So, this is why I was avoiding AMD for a few years. I wanted them to sort of have all of this behind them. But the pressure of the internet, you know, twisted my arm, and I had to prove to people what I was talking about, and I proved it to my own
detriment,
aggravation.
Yeah.
But it's my aggravation. Thank God I didn't sell that to a customer, because I would have looked completely incompetent to them. They don't understand. You know, they trust me, and they trust I'm selling them something good. And good means, you know, tested and has a history that you can count on. They're running a business on it. They don't have the luxury to experiment around at the cost of business. So in any event, you're a home user. You're probably a home user if you're watching this. Be aware that when you're doing things for other people and they're paying you to work, they're not going to be really nice or understanding when things don't work right or have growing pains. You can't say, well, what did you expect? It's a new chip. They'll say, well, we expected you to steer us away from that. You know how important our business is. It's not a good way to stay in business very long, because customers trust you, and they trust that you're giving them the best advice for them, not the best advice for you. So I try to emphasize that here on this channel, because most YouTube tech channels are all about hobbyists. They're not about practicality or liability. So, and there's nothing wrong with it, but there is a difference, a big difference. All right, so now I've got the latest BIOS here, and I'm gonna have to take this chip out,
okay,
in order to flash the BIOS, but this should only take a second. Let me go grab the other chip real quick. Actually, I don't want to grab that chip, because that chip would require a video card. I think I've got another chip back here I can use.
Barry Klein with a $10 contribution. Good afternoon to my favorite tech buskers. Sorry, Mitch, to hear about your broken ribs. I broke two going through a roof. Coughing, sneezing, and getting out of bed became a new adventure in pain. Yes, I figured out a way. I have a king-size bed, and it's up off of the floor quite high, and I had to figure out the contortionist way to get out of bed by spinning, putting both legs on, and kind of sliding down the edge. But this morning was kind of the first time that I was able to kind of gently sit up. And you found one?
Well, I found a processor.
So thank you, Barry, for your contribution. And every day it's a little less. So.
This is another X. There's no graphics card on it. I'm going to have to put a graphics card in here. Really, really not happy with AMD processors. You have no idea what a hassle this is. Just something I don't do with Intel. I just don't have these problems. If you change the damn socket, you wouldn't have these problems. But if they want to keep this old school socket alive, everybody thinks it's a good idea. Isn't it great how AMD kept the same socket? It's horrible. It creates this whole nightmare of a situation. Intel keeps changing the socket. Well, as a professional computer technician, you see the mouse?
Yeah. Do you have a chip, you think?
I'm going to have to put a video card in it.
Oh boy.
Let me put it to you this way. How many of you in the chat room have ever upgraded your CPU, but you didn't upgrade your motherboard? I can tell you, as a professional computer technician, the only times that I have upgraded a chip without upgrading the motherboard was typically if the chip was bad. I don't think ever in 30 years has a customer said, can we take out my i5 and put it in i7? Now, it might have happened like maybe a system came in for repair and I said, hey, I have an i7 laying around. Do you want to upgrade it? And the customer might have went, oh, is that going to make it faster? How much? Okay. But it wasn't the customer's idea. Usually, when people upgrade their CPU, they typically also upgrade their RAM and their motherboard. So the idea of holding a socket for years is holding back the technology. We can't advance forward if we keeping everything compatible behind. Apple doesn't do this. Apple will come out with a new socket constantly, and they'll even banish old software from working, requiring the evolution to take place so that the technology can advance at the pace it's ready for. When you hold a socket type for years, you are, for lack of a better word, retarding the evolution of the technology for the benefit of backwards compatibility. But what backwards compatibility means is that you are being held backwards from advancing as far as you could if you change the damn socket. And when you change the damn socket, when the new chip comes out that requires that new motherboard, there's no BIOS issues. And then things get really hairy on AMD because there are some motherboards that if you update the BIOS for the latest chip, it'll stop working with the oldest chip you used to have, and you can't undo it. Now, if this was a thing that people did in mass, then I would be the minority. But the fact of the matter is, not only have I not done it, I don't know anybody who's ever changed only their CPU. And then what do you do with the old CPU? You've got a perfectly good working chip that you have removed, replaced it with a newer model with a BIOS update, and this is a selling point? So what do you do with the old one now? So anyway, as a business owner, I can tell you that nowhere in corporate America is this ever done. I can tell you it is a huge mistake, in my opinion, that AMD held on to AM4 as long as they did. I think it's a huge mistake to people who bought AMD thinking that that was a strength. Oh, they're going to keep the socket. They promised to keep the socket. So they promised to hold you back from advancing technology. Is what they did. And you thought that was a benefit? Now, if changing the CPU was something people did, like I said, commonly, different story. But I don't know anybody. Have you ever changed just the CPU?
No.
No. And if you're going to change the CPU, you change the motherboard.
Yep.
So, of course, it should have a different socket. That's how you ensure if you got the right socket, you're going to have the right BIOS. It's really simple. And by changing the socket, they can make the CPU do more. So, for example, the 12th generation Intel chip is a socket 1700. And someone will be like, oh, they come out with another socket. Well, thank goodness they did, or we wouldn't be able to do what we're going to do. I've got 3 Samsung 980 Pros that I'm going to put into 3 M.2 drives. And I think we're going to be able to hit speeds of around 20,000 megabytes per second.
And that's on the board we did last week.
And you wouldn't be able to do that on a socket 1200. You wouldn't be able to do that on a socket 1151. You have to change the inherent technology. You have to open up more lanes. You can't do that with an old socket. You're being held back. That's not an advantage. That's a limitation. And to say that that limitation is some benefit, that's a real twist of marketing.
So have you got a graphics card laying around?
I'm going to go pull the graphics card we've got in the Big Beast build, because that one doesn't require any power. Oh, you know what? It's sitting right here on the floor.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's funny because ever since the GPU shortage, all the AMD fanboys got real quiet. Nobody's ever come up to me, not once, and said, you know, now that this whole GPU shortage has happened, and now that I've noticed how Intel's advancing with all the M.2 bandwidth that AMD hasn't because they can't because of their socket limitation, I finally get what you're saying, Carey. Nobody has ever said that. It's like they just crawled away quietly. Because I'm an Intel fanboy. I'm a fan of what works. That's what I'm a fan of. I'm a fan of not being aggravated. And if that's AMD, then great. And if it's Intel, that's great. And it does tend to flip back and forth. Okay, I need that CPU. Yeah, we should have done this first. Can I see the red driver?
Yep.
Jason Urbeg says, I went from an i3 to an i7, then a year or two later, the motherboard went out of order. I had I had another compatible motherboard and a switch out at Intel CPU. Install the CPU once is moral of the story. Not many people do that. I'm not saying nobody ever does it. I'm saying it's very rare that anybody does that. And then here's an example of where it happened, and he's remorseful that he just didn't get the right CPU to begin with. Just trying to save you guys money and aggravation. I'm not trying to put AMD out of business. I love AMD. You know, I just need them to give me that reliability and compatibility that I have with Intel.
You want me to hold the back plate? Because it might...
It's going to fall out, yeah.
Okay.
Chris Garrett says, I upgraded a Dell V350 Intel Pentium 2 to a Pentium 3 450. It changed the model from a V350 to a 450. Yeah, you don't really hear about people upgrading Dells ever. That's even rarer. Yates Network says, I love AMD. It's a really cool company. I just want people to be honest and not mislead people. Well, as long as there's marketing companies, you know, Intel and AMD and Microsoft and Apple, they all play the same marketing games. I don't know that any of them are more honest than another. Well, thank goodness we didn't put any thermal compounds on here. Now again, normally you would do this with the case laying flat. I just wanted to speed it up. I wanted to show you guys. Okay. I wanted you to be able to see. Keep holding that for me. I'm just going to put this up here. We'll take this chip out. And again, this is a little more delicate to take out sideways than if we were using gravity to assist us. We'll set that one there. We'll put this one right back where it was. And now I can put the cooler back on. Did it come out, or is that back plate in on the bottom?
Haven't moved it.
Oh, there it goes. Thank you. Okay, that's together now. Oh, you know what? I'm going to need that back because I got to take one of these PCI covers off of it. Sorry. And I got to take two out of here, which I think are going to be, yeah, second one and third one, which is pretty standard. Yeah, just hold that. Don't put it back yet. Make sure that that is open. Slide this bad boy in.
Wait for the clicky clicky.
Okay, that should be good enough. And then we'll move the HDMI right here. Okay. Okay. Power supply back on. I always turn the power supply off when I work on machines. And I'll hit the power button. And let's see if we get a post screen. Oh, I put the mouse over here. I'm always moving stuff around, Mitch.
Put us in the corner.
Hasn't posted yet. Oh, there it goes. Press F1 to enter setup. Pressing F1. All right, so let's see what version of BIOS we have here. We don't need that camera yet. Thank you, though. Yates Networks with a $10 contribution says, thanks for your integrity and wisdom in recent years. I appreciate all you do. Half of this is for Mitch also.
Thank you, Yates.
All right, so you get $2.
Yeah.
That's how I do half.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, you know, YouTube takes 30%, so that's $7, so then
Okay.
that's $3.50.
Ah.
See how $10 became $3.50? $3.50.
That's 2 wings tonight. All right.
No, you seen the price of wings? That's
Yeah.
a wing and a half.
Yeah.
Or if you'd like 1 gallon of gas.
Okay. I'll take the gas. All right.
Well, then have the wings.
Okay.
All right, so because they'll definitely give you gas.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see the full screen projector. I forgot what I was looking for. All right, so we are on BIOS version
5406.
5406. And what version did we download? That seemed like I did it a long time ago.
Go. Yeah.
5406. Where's my BIOS flash drive?
Right here.
Oh,
I'm tall, so I can see it. All right.
rub it in.
Yeah.
It's a lot further to the ground when you're tall. Just saying.
Yeah. Boy, did I bounce good. Okay. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
let's see.
Give it a minute, right, to recognize.
Yeah, well, I'm still trying to find the. Oh, I got the wrong mouse.
Yeah. Two mice. All right.
Easy tuning wizard, default, save and exit, advanced mode. Tool.
Don't call yourself that. Okay. All right.
Easy Flash 3 utility. Oh, is this where I take off my pants?
Okay. Please don't. All right.
Via storage devices.
Oh, that you could have done it by the internet. Good to know.
Oh, was it on the internet?
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's try that. Oh, no, it's not.
Let's not.
I already have the storage device in.
Okay.
So it's seeing the internal hard drive.
Okay.
And we're looking for the 2 terabyte. Wait, yeah, this should be it right here. Number 4. Yep, there it is. Wow, that's a big jump. 5406 to 5861. That's a massive change.
Okay.
You want to read it? Yes. It's blinking. Fan is cranking up. Do you really want to do this?
Indubitably.
That's not an option.
Okay.
Can you imagine how big that button would be?
Yeah.
Indubitably. And then no.
Yeah. Here we go. And then no touchy.
I've clicked it. It's not responding. I don't know if I should click it again.
Give it a second.
Maybe the click didn't go through. There it goes. Processing. See down here it says processing at the bottom of the screen.
Okay.
So we'll give that a moment. Well, we'll give it about 2 minutes. Stefan A. contributes 10 Canadian dollars. He says, I really like your t-shirts, Carey and Mitch. Thank you, Stefan.
One of 44 Toto shirts.
Yates Networks contributes $5. Says Arizona's expensive. YouTube taking their cut. That's fine.
Yeah.
No, it's chicken. The price of chicken, all groceries has gone up. But chicken wings especially have gone up. Back in the 80s, we used to go to a place called Native New Yorker, and they used to have 10-cent wings on Tuesdays.
That's right. Yeah.
10 cents.
Yeah.
Now we go down and we get 10 wings, and it's $12 for 10 wings or something.
Ridiculous.
And we have to get 2 sets of 10, right?
Yeah.
10 for you, 10 for me. That's $24. A couple of drinks, those are like $3 each. Now you're at like $30. Then we get some mozzarella
Those
cheese sticks.
sticks.
That's like $6 or $7.
Yeah.
So they're like $37. And I love when they say, oh, and please read your screen when you enter your credit card. because that's where it's asking how much of a tip you want to leave when you're standing up there ordering at the counter.
I forgot to ask whether they take my ARP card.
AARP? Mm-hmm. No, I don't think they do. We'll go to Denny's for that.
Yeah. I saved you $7 at one time.
You did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because the guy before me said ARP, and I'm like, I got it right in my wallet. And she's like, you got to give it to me.
If you're 50 years old or older, you can join AARP and you get, the AARP discount is shamefully bigger than the veteran discount. I think it's 10% at Denny's for veterans and 15%.
I didn't hear you. You'll have to speak up. Okay.
Is that from the war?
That's from the war, yeah. My tinnitus. All right.
Go Shadow with $2 says bacon here is $8 to $9 a pound now.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think it's about the same here.
Yeah.
It depends on the bacon. There was some on sale at the store for $3.99 because they were closing it out. So I bought some and stuck it in the freezer.
Ah.
And Jimmy Dean has bacon sausage now, where they take Jimmy Dean sausage and they flatten it out so it looks like bacon.
Okay.
And you cook it like bacon, but it tastes like sausage.
That would freak me out.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay. And they have it in normal and spicy.
Ah.
I don't like the texture of sausage, but with the bacon sausage, it's good.
Yeah. Would you get the regular or the spicy?
It's spicy.
Yeah.
It's not really that
No,
spicy.
but it had just
That's
enough.
a little something. Like sausage, breakfast
Yeah,
sausage should have a little
zing to it.
Yeah, zing. That's
Yeah.
a good word for
Yeah.
it. How do we get on this topic?
I don't know. We're waiting for
Waiting on a BIOS.
BIOS.
Chris Garrett said, I use cash at restaurants. The thing is, when you stand at the counter to order and they go, they don't say, how much of a tip would you like? They go, please read the screen and please answer the questions on the screen. And the question is, how much of a tip do you want? I'm like, wait a minute, I haven't even gotten the food yet. I don't even know if you got my order right, if I want to be sitting here for 2 hours. I'm supposed to anticipate how much of a tip to leave.
What kind of service am I?
Furthermore, I just came up to the counter and ordered. You didn't come and take my order. But they do deliver the food to your table. Once you're seated, they give you a little number.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right. And then you figure, well, if you give them a few bucks, maybe they throw an extra wing in there or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
And especially now, it's so hard to find workers. You got to give them a little extra money to. Ghost Shadow says Costco bone-in rib roast was $21.99 per pound. Is that a good price? I don't know. I don't buy rib roast.
What are we paying here for gas? $3.50?
It was just, I got gas last night. It went from $3.79. It was $3.79 for weeks. It's $3.69 now over here.
Dropped a whole 10 cents.
Yeah, and now it's going to go back up again. They're saying $4 gas is coming. Yeah, you know what? I'll pay $10 in gas per gallon if it means half the cars on the road won't be on the road.
Okay.
Updates successfully, system will reboot. All right, and we're just hands off. This is all just happening on its own. I can't emphasize that enough. Keep your hands off your keyboard and mouse. Leave the system alone if you want your BIOS update to be successful.
Gary B., Tucson Tacos.
Tucson Tacos.
Never heard of them.
Homemade porcupine rinds from Roadkill are popular here.
From Roadkill? Very nice. Tender, yeah.
Gross.
Yeah. So does everyone have big plans for tonight? Lot of libations,
libations,
lot of imbibing. How are those? I went to college, so.
Is that for a gallon? $3.69 US for 1 US gallon, not a British gallon.
Yeah.
That's a different size gallon. It's a bigger gallon. Sometimes people in Europe, they go, we pay more than that for a gallon, but you have a bigger gallon. You have what is it? We have the imperial gallon, or they have, anyway.
BIOS revision, I can't read that.
Oh, I got to make it big here.
580.
Full screen. There.
Yep,
All
there
right.
it is, 5861. Yep.
All right, F1 to run setup, so we'll run F1. And then when we get in the BIOS, we'll load the setup defaults here in just a moment. We'll give that a second to appear. Advanced mode. It's usually under exit. Load optimized defaults.
Okay.
Even if it says it hasn't changed anything, sometimes it does. Don't believe it. And then we'll save changes. Select. We went to enable. I don't want TPM enabled. That's all right. We'll leave that be for now because we already have Windows 10 installed. And I can pull the flash drive. And I'll erase that file later.
And now you got to swap chips?
Well, this thing should reboot.
There
I'm going to give it a second. Yeah, it's
thinking.
It's doing something. There it goes. And now it'll probably boot into my Windows 10.
Keyword there is probably. All right.
Yeah.
We shall see.
There it goes.
Yep.
And this is the old streamer desktop here. See, it says editor.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so with that, well, I don't even recognize some of the stuff on the desktop. Oh, it's loading the video driver now for that video card.
Oh.
Yeah, so we'll let that load. Go Shadow says in Alaska it's $7.50 a gallon for gas. Yeah, but don't you get like $2,000 a year from the government off the oil pipeline profits split to the
because you're
residents of Alaska? For each person in Alaska, is it $2,300? And how much do you spend in gas a year? And where do you go in Alaska? Well, I imagine wherever it is, it's far.
Skiing.
Yeah, but you don't have to go anywhere to go skiing. Just walk outside.
Tobogganing. Yeah.
Boy, that driver's taking a while, isn't it? Why is that taking so long?
Now it's revving up again.
I wouldn't expect that to take that long. You know what it could have done? It could be in a resolution that the capture card can't handle.
Okay.
Or it's trying to hit Windows Update to pull the driver, and I don't have it plugged into the network.
Internet.
But it shouldn't have gone black unless it was in the process of replacing the video driver. So that's unusual. It settled down. I mean, it seems happy. Very odd. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going to step over here just to see if it's still running. I'm going to tap the power button and see if it cycles down.
Okay.
Because I can see with this, I see the red light flashing that the hard drive is doing something. And I'm just being really impatient. This shouldn't be taking this long. So I'm going to tap at the power button and see if it cycles off. And if it doesn't cycle off, it did. It did. So I'm going to hit the power button here. I'm going to pull this GPU out. In fact, let me go full screen back to camera 1 so you guys can see what I'm doing.
So you want to pull this.
Yes.
I can move it back up top.
Yes, please do.
Yeah.
This is just a gigabyte. It's like a 1650, 1660. You guys can probably read it better than I can. Boy, if I had known, I would have ordered a bunch of these because it's so convenient.
Yeah. And it doesn't take power. It powers off.
Well, there's 75 watts coming through the PCIe connector. It's only if you need more than 75 watts.
Now you want to take that cooler off.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to need to take the cooler off.
Yeah.
Power's off.
You got to hold that plate.
Yep, please do.
Yep.
How long can you run a computer without thermal paste? I've got a video that shows me running a computer without thermal compound. In fact, without a cooler. I take the cooler off and I run Prime 95 on it.
With just the chip.
With just the chip. Go watch that video.
Chip, chop, chip.
It might be fun to take like a Synology NAS and leave the defaults all open and hook it up to the internet and see how long it takes for it to get infected. I'm guessing it would take seconds. Oh, you're holding the back plate.
To swap out the chip.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna go put this one back over here.
Okay.
So what I do is I very gently rest it against the base, and I slide it around very gently, and when it's lined up, it just falls right into the holes. And then I close the latch while I'm putting pressure downward on it.
Yep.
And because I'm touching it, I will clean it with isopropyl alcohol before we actually put the liquid cooler on with thermal compound. But we're still in testing right now, so we still don't know that this is going to work, but it theoretically should work now. Thank you. Yeah, you're right. Gosh darn it. I gotta get my glasses to see these things. It's dark in there and everything's tiny. All right, here we go again. You ready? Switch on, power. Okay, it's spinning. Let me come around here. We'll go to see if we get a freaking post screen this time.
Put us in the corner.
Here we go.
It's got to work.
Do you have a good feeling about this?
Oh, yeah. Be patient. It's thinking, right?
Yeah, it's doing its thing, but I mean, I should have done something by now. Oh, I hear the fan changing speed.
Yep.
Hey, look at that. It's almost like we knew what we were doing. Better be careful. Might develop a reputation.
Yep. Now it'll boot into Windows?
I'm going into the BIOS.
Oh, okay.
And then we'll do advanced mode here. And we'll go all the way over to the end. Once again, we'll load the setup defaults. Load optimized defaults and OK. And save changes and reset.
Now it should go right into Windows.
There may be one long boot here as it once again loads those optimized defaults. We could turn what is it called? DOHP on? Don't! I think that's what it's called. Yeah. We could do that. But just looking in the chat room to see what we're missing. Oh, I hear the fan slowing down again. Here we go. That is a long initialization time. Ghost Shadow says, I put over 15,000 miles on my motorcycle in 3 months just going to and from work. Holy cow.
But think of the money you saved in gas. I think my bike gets... I haven't really tested it. Is this good?
We detected a new processor which will change the data structure of the storage space for firmware TPM. If you did not apply TPM function, press Y to continue. Y. Otherwise, please follow the instruction below. Did I hit Y? I hit Y.
There you go.
That's a new one. Makes sense though. Because Because remember, it's still the same storage drive on the same motherboard. That never got changed. I heard the fan slow down again. So we should be seeing a post screen here any second. And this should not be the normal boot up time. This should just be the training that's happening for the CPU and the RAM timings for the BIOS to set all that. Boy, that's big. The pre-press deleter F2, I like how big they made that. Okay, one more time. It's taking forever. You ever see me do this with Intel systems? Like just sit here and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait.
No.
Like I wait a little bit, but like this is, let's hope this is a one-time thing. Is this HDMI under CSM or is this using Secure Boot? Well, I don't know. Whatever it was, however I said it all those years ago. I was disappointed in the SanDisk Extreme Pro 3.1 flash drive. No bleeping activity light on it. Every SanDisk Extreme Pro 3.1 I have has a light on it. I think you're not seeing it. It's underneath the plastic and it's dim. Zero, of course, says it's DOCP. What I say, DOHP. I don't know. It's basically XMP. They just can't use Intel's name. This should have booted by now. We should have. This is not right. This is definitely taking too long. Isn't that weird? So I'm going to shut it off and we're going to turn it back on again because, you know, that's how you fix everything with computers. Let me step around, tap the power button.
We got to put the video doodads back in.
Yeah, well,
let's see if this.
That's better.
That was quicker. It's not helping. All right. Keep fixing your hair. It's still there.
That helped.
There you
Hey,
go.
that came up pretty quick.
Yeah.
That's better.
Yeah.
That's what I was expecting. Oh, and the video driver loaded too.
Okay.
What icons do I have on my desktop? What do I
Don't
have?
show them. Okay. All right.
Oh man, that loaded in 4K. Let's change that.
That. Yeah.
Let's change that. Hello, there it is. Display settings. We'll go to, that's not it.
You're at 150.
It won't let me change it.
Oh.
How about now? Can I change it now? No? 100%. Still not letting me change it. That's weird.
Do we need to plug in the Ethernet?
Why is this not letting me? Very strange. I'm missing something. I'm missing something. See how that's grayed out?
I do, yeah.
I have fixed this before. I can't remember how, but I've seen this before. Carey, it says it wants to restart the PC. Oh, yeah, maybe that's the problem. Maybe the video driver loaded and now we have to restart that. Okay, let's give it a shot. Should restart pretty quick. See what kind of boot time we have on this. You want something to drink?
I'm thinking about it, yeah.
That got rid of him.
Water.
Water?
Water.
Yes, sissy. Yeah, there's Blue Moon in there. That's pretty close to water.
Yeah. Let me prime the pump here with...
Prime the pump. I'm not exactly blown away by this boot time, but all right. Well, the screen looks better already. Still not. Why is it not? Very strange. Very, very strange. There's a button somewhere I have to click. I think, let's plug it into the internet and see if it finds new drivers. Probably need the new AMD drivers. I'll have to do Uncle Carey's AMD chipset driver utility. Although AMD now has it automatic now. You don't need Uncle Carey's tool for that anymore.
Here we go. Clicky.
All right. We'll give that a second to get an IP address from the router. And while I'm waiting, I just want to check on these emails and see if we missed anything.
Chad, I know you think this is water. It's 100% vodka.
Kelly Stewart with a contribution says, Happy New Year. Sent an Amazon gift card. Thank you, Kelly Stewart. He's contributed throughout 2021 and has been a wonderful member of our community. Sent him a computer. He was one of the ones we sent a computer to for supporting us.
Updates. Does it... It updates automatically. You don't have to go to the update screen and...
Well, if you want to be patient, it will eventually.
Silly.
But if we want to make that happen, we want to force it. So we'll go over here and here and here and here. We're probably missing a ton of updates. A ton. Wait, that's all I'm getting?
Doesn't look like a ton to me there.
Yeah, well, there's some AMD stuff.
Okay.
That's not what I was expecting. Yeah, there's a display driver coming. There we go.
Okay.
Are we on 21H2 on here? Or what? Oh, all right. I guess I must have updated it before I took it all apart. Ryzen 7 5700G with Radeon graphics, 32 gigs of RAM. Each stick of RAM is 8 gigs.
Okay.
Yeah, this all checks out.
I don't think I've ever seen a white power supply, so I'm kind of looking forward to putting that in.
Yeah, with white cables too. We are getting a little bit of issue here with our stream tonight. It's kind of...
Is it not solid? Yeah.
It's picking up and dropping down and picking up and dropping down. And
Huh.
yeah, very strange. Give it a second. Just give it some time, folks. It should stop buffering here in a minute. It's self-correcting. You're not missing much. We're just downloading. So, I mean, if it wants to buffer, this is the time to do it. It looks like whatever it did, it got over it, and we should be back to normal again. And Don Allen with a $5 contribution says, looks like you're getting low on Gatorade. Am I?
No.
Yeah, that one's a little warm, though.
Yeah.
It's actually not Gatorade. It's creme de menthe.
Mm.
No, what was that? What's it called? Midori? Isn't that green?
Swamp water.
Swamp water?
Yeah, that used to be a drink where they would serve it in a mason jar.
Oh, my goodness.
And it tasted, I kind of liked it.
I suppose if you drink enough of it, you won't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're watching this video and your resolution is dropped, just refresh your screen. Or you can usually hit the little gear icon and change it back to 1080. It would look like, when the resolution drops, it looks like it goes out of focus.
Right.
But that's your resolution dropping. That's not a focus problem. That's when there's not getting enough data. So again, you can hit the refresh button. That would probably be the easiest way to resolve that. And it doesn't just happen to my YouTube channel. It'll happen to any live YouTube channel.
Should have downloaded that display driver, but that is so small I can't see it.
It's still doing it. I can see it.
See it, yeah.
Yeah.
Hawkeye.
You see that? Well, you can't see that little thing right down there?
No.
Well, there would be a button that says restart when it's done.
That I would see, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. Well, thank you, Don, for your continued support. Robert McCord Magumi says, hello, everyone. Welcome in, Robert. Al Cooey says, hello. There's Danielle Emberley, and we'll say hello to Peter Van Zulen, Paul Carroll, AJ Haverkamp. We'll say hello to, I'm just trying to see people I haven't said hello to yet. BH Ringer, and there's Lucky Number Savone, Gary B, Pascal Timir, and Solo, and GM, and Sergio Cochet.
Gary B, Synology rocks. I will concur, Gary B. I am pleased as punch with my Synology NAS. Love it, love it, love it.
There's Michael in Maryland. Hello to Michael. Hello to Randolph Slavin. And hello to, there's our good friend Luke Greenia and William Lynn. And of course, Photo Ray, Bob Connors and Michael Dane, we previously mentioned, and Pete Unwin, and Mountain Biking Kid, and Transmitter Guy. John Williams joins us, Yates Networks. Chris Garrett. Happy New Year to all of you, even the ones I haven't named. There's Colin Hunt with a £5 contribution.
No libation for you tonight?
For me?
I'm using big words, yeah. All right. Maybe a little creme de menthe? No. Shot in a beer?
You know, people that are fans of this channel know there's one thing. There's one thing they have seen me drink.
Uh-oh. He's getting in the free... Oh,
I have about 30 of these.
Okay. Red Ball, baby.
Red Ball? Fireball.
Fireball. Iced beyond belief.
Not only does this make you feel good, it could be a substitute for antifreeze in your car.
Yeah. Because that was in the freezer, wasn't it?
Oh, I always keep this stuff in the freezer because it's nasty when it's warm. And because there's so much alcohol, it will not ice. It'll always stay liquid form. So yeah, anything like tequila, vodka, you keep it in the freezer. It won't ice up. And it's just goes down easier when it's...
Dan says, Mitch, corny joke for the day. Stand back.
Uh-oh.
Better go up.
You're going to go up there for that?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I just want to see what we're doing here on the... Oh, we're downloading it. It's slow.
Yeah.
You're clear, Mitch. Go right ahead. In fact, you know what?
What?
Go ahead. Stand there.
Okay.
I'm going to make the screen a little bigger.
Oh, sorry. Here we go. Now, my friends, it's the time of the show called Corny Joke of the Day. Let me think. What happens when you cover a tennis racket with ice cream?
What happens when you cover a tennis racket with ice cream?
You get soft serve.
Oh.
I thank you.
Why do I fall for it every time? Every time. Gainsy95, in spite of that, contributes 5 pounds and says, Happy New Year, Mitch and Carey. Thank you, Gainsy95.
It's gotta be the first.
There's Ben Fitzpatrick, Mike Perodin, AC's Drafting, Dan Nilsson, Mark Baggett, Troll McTrollington, Peter Matros. Happy New Year to all you guys. Hope you're having a great
And
final day of 2021,
and
man.
safe. Boy, we'll put that in the books.
Man,
As
just really need to get 2021 out of here.
yeah, and get going. Have you made your list of New Year's resolutions that you plan to break? Okay. You got to write them down. All right.
Let's see. My New Year's resolution is to help all my friends gain 10 pounds so that I look skinnier. I was going to quit all my bad habits for the new year, but then I remembered nobody likes a quitter.
And may all your troubles last as long as your New Year's resolutions.
I will buy new clothes big enough to account for next year's holidays.
Okay. I will visit the grocery store more often than restaurants, especially when free samples are being served.
You know what a New Year's resolution is? It's something that goes in one year and out the other.
In 1 year, yeah.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah, a year.
Year.
Yeah. I said!
Yeah. I'm not
See,
that.
that went
I'm
in one ear and out the other.
I'm not that deep. All right. We got to be there. Restart.
You know what happened to the man who shoplifted a calendar on New Year's Eve?
No.
He got 12 months.
I should have used that.
Yeah,
one.
that's a Mitch joke right there.
That's the corny joke, yeah.
That's the one.
All right.
All right,
One
enough
for
of
you.
that.
All right, yeah. So let's see where we are.
Let's see how many people survived.
Yeah.
AC's Drafting contributes $50. Very nice. Thank you, Aaron. He says, Happy New Year to all. May 2022 be better for everyone.
I hear you.
Cheers.
I hear you.
Cheers back at you. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the channel. Gary Tatum with a $10 contribution says, Happy New Year, guys. I'm looking forward to many more. I was going to give $100, but then I heard that joke.
Don't make me laugh. Oh yeah. Oh my.
We're gonna need to get you a.
Yeah.
What is that called?
Spanx.
No.
No.
Well, maybe. I was thinking old school. Bustier. You mean, oh, I've already got those at home.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, now it's ready to restart, isn't it?
Here we go.
Oh, wait, it doesn't even say restart. It just says check for more updates. Let me move this back so I can... Again, Mitch and I cannot see this full screen unless we make a few changes here. We have the chat room, we've got YouTube, we've got OBS, and inside of OBS we have the windows running. So I have to go full screen on that particular input to read it. So it didn't require a restart. That's interesting. Let's get this a little smaller. And, well, that's now too small. Let's stretch that out a little bit here. That's better. It says we're up to date. So let's right-click, display settings.
Now your thing.
Now it's not grayed out anymore. Well, there's a quick tip for your Uncle Carey right there. Now I said 1920 by 1080 and it says no oh, there it goes. Keep settings. Took a while.
Yeah.
All right, what do we have on here? Oh, an old OBS, GeForce drivers, AMD Ryzen Master, Cyberlink Power Director, Chrome. Yeah, it's so boring.
Now we can shut her down and keep going, yeah?
Well, I want to run the AMD chipset drivers.
Oh, okay.
Let's go find that. So, AMD chipset driver. Ryzen chipset driver. See how I found that, ladies and gentlemen? You don't need links if you know how to use Google. And we want to go drivers and support. And we go to chipsets, AMD socket AM4, X470, submit. Boy, that got real dominate.
Okay.
And then, yeah, we want the Windows 10 version and download. That was released October 21st. I guarantee I don't have those.
Okay.
Actually, no, you know what? I might have updated them since I had the latest 21H2. I might have actually put that on now that I think about it. Well, it won't hurt to put it on again. We'll give that just a second. Just making sure everything was okay in the other room. It sounded like we had rats. All right. We'll go back over here. Yes. Like I said, this will now automatically update the way it should have been all along, which now negates the whole point of my Uncle Carey's AMD chipset updating tool. So what happens when, that thing was in development for over a year. If I'd have come out with it sooner, it could have been a year more useful. Tick tock, everybody. Sometimes a good idea is only a good idea for a certain window of time. Maybe me releasing it is what kicked their butt to get them to finally release theirs. You never know. It's possible.
Improbable, but impossible.
But possible. Still possible.
Yeah.
I'm sticking with that story.
Okay.
Whoa, 144p. Carey was the pixel on the left, and Mitch was the 3 pixels on the right. Happy New Year.
Okay.
All right. I got Pixlexia.
Ah.
Yeah. You know what that's from? You ever see Wreck-It Ralph?
Yeah.
Another great movie. Great movie. Icarinus says, I don't regret buying the updater. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Do they make all white 8-pin power cables with no black end? Well, the motherboard's always going to have a black end on it, right? So why would you want to do? I don't even know what's in the box for the power supply. Maybe they don't have a black end on them. We'll find out here in just a minute. I just want to make sure we get this all updated, and then we can put the power supply in next.
Okay. Is that fully non-modular? Yeah.
Fully modular.
Fully modular. Yeah.
Meaning
just testing. Yeah. I've had too much vodka. All right. Yeah.
Did I ever show you the vodka that I have here?
Fully non-modular. Yeah. No.
Dan Aykroyd. You remember Dan Aykroyd?
Yeah. Oh, with the skull. Oh,
yeah, he's got he's invested in a vodka company called Crystal Head Vodka.
Okay.
And I saw it in the liquor store, and I thought, you know, the prettier the bottle, typically the worse what's in it.
Right.
So this is one of the single best vodkas I've ever had in my life.
Okay.
I didn't expect it to taste very good because of how pretty the bottle is. And then I found out Dan Aykroyd is a major investor in this, and of course a big, big fan of it. And this is about my 4th or 5th bottle I've bought in about 6 years. I go through about a bottle a year, I guess.
Okay.
And it's about $50. It is so smooth, and you know, vodka shouldn't have any flavor. This, you tell you what, you put this in some orange juice, you won't even know it's in there.
Nice.
This is the worst kind of vodka because you won't realize how much of it you're drinking until it's too late. It's very smooth, very smooth.
Okay, well, we got our chip. It says installed successfully, so what next?
I should get them to pay me some money.
Yeah. We'll snip that out and send it to them. Yeah.
Sure.
Restart, okay.
Maybe Dan will come on the show and talk about alien abductions. You know, he's into that.
Yeah. And how bad the last Ghostbusters movie was. Okay.
But this most recent one? Did you see it?
No.
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 There's a pitch meeting on it.
Ah.
It's got spoiler alerts all over it.
And then once this kicks up, we're set.
Yeah, then we can shut it down and we can put the power supply. We'll take this power supply out. We'll put the actual power supply in because now we know everything is working well. What is your opinion of using Windows Update for firmware updates?
That was fast. Now, yeah, that boot,
was that?
That boot was fast.
Was it?
Yeah. So
wait, let's do it again. I wasn't paying attention.
Okay.
I wish I could see the screen. Hold on, I gotta go full screen again. Full screen, power, restart. Okay, let's see how long this takes this time.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, and
I jinxed it. All right.
action. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, it's probably about 10 seconds. What is this?
Lyle.
He's making a face. That brat. Such a brat.
Don't bother me. So we're all set to shut her down. AJ, vodka, Red Bull to get drunk. Okay.
You know, have you ever had Red Bull?
Yeah, it's like a sweet tart. Yeah.
It's not like a sweet tart. It's like somebody made the most disgusting drink possible and then marketed it on every sporting event. And that made it successful.
Okay.
It's not being sold on how it tastes. That's the effect of marketing. If you can afford all these extreme sporting events and people want to be extreme, then you're going to drink this extreme energy drink. Oh, is it nasty? I would not ruin a vodka by putting Red Bull in it. Whew, not good. All right, so I guess that's Lyle's way of saying Happy New Year.
And saying he doesn't like Red Bull.
Yeah. He doesn't want wings.
Yeah.
He wants chicken wings.
Yeah.
Oh, that's us. Yikes.
Yikes.
Too big.
Yeah.
Camera, HDMI, full screen. All right, clever boy. Now we can shut her down.
Shut her down. Okay.
And then we can go back to full screen on camera 1. Okay, everything's off. Let me put this away.
Yeah.
We could use this to clean the top of the CPU.
And now it's white power supply.
Yeah, so the first thing I want to do, obviously, is we're going to take care of this power switch and put it away because we're going to hook up the front port umbilicals now. I'm going to pull power here, and I want to wait for all the LEDs on the board. Even though there's no power, you'll see that they were still lit because the capacitors are like little batteries, and you have to wait for them to drain. Or if you don't, you could cause a little spark. That's not static, and that can cause, that is likely to cause damage. Now these connectors on this motherboard are gray, they're not black. So whether the connectors on this power supply are white or black, it's still not going to match, but nobody's ever going to see it. I think you can do custom cables at cablemods.com. You might be able to have them make that for you if that's something you want. I don't know how often they would get a request for something like that. And then as far as the power supply goes, we have this one here, the RM850.
Nice.
And the reason I went with 850 watts is this would be an ideal gaming machine if a graphics card were to be put in there. We can also put these slots back in, these slot covers. We'll take care of that now. A 1, a 2, 2. Gimme, gimme. Thank you.
Ah, very nice. How's that?
Hey, let's see what the cables look like. I think they have black ends. Yes, they do have black ends. All right, there's our bag of cables. And let's see, we got some zip ties and screws. This was a neat way to show the unboxing. I like this. Let's do it this way from now on.
I'll remember that.
There's documentation. And the silica gel, this desiccant, it says do not eat.
You can eat that later. All right.
Should I do it?
No. I got a weak stomach. Okay, yeah. Closed sesame?
It's very dry. I need some
Closed
water.
sesame?
Yeah, we're done. The box is empty. Thank you, Mitch.
It's all right. All right.
It's all right. It's all right. What was that guy's name?
I forget.
Senor, what was his name?
Jimenez.
Jimenez? I never had such a hard time getting. Then there's a warning label here. It's basically going to tell you. I'm going to show it to you, but I'm going to give you the too long didn't read. The TLDR is that don't call tech support if your fan's not turning. It's designed to only turn on when it's needed. So if you're worried while your fan, like we have this Netgear Nighthawk router over here. It's got a fan on it. And that fan, I've never seen it turn. But that router has to get pushed really hard for that fan to come on. And in the BIOS, there's a debug area in the BIOS where you can force the fan on just to check. Because I've never seen that fan run. But it's the same situation. It's, uh-oh. This plastic should just peel right off, but it's really stuck on there. I'm getting the feeling they didn't want me to take this plastic off.
Yeah.
Usually when it doesn't peel up like that, you're not supposed to remove it. But this is the bottom anyway. Why would they do that? Oh, it's coming up. It was just really on there. Might be older inventory. I'm going to set that here, and I'm going to remove this. Now, when it comes to power supplies, the prices lately have been incredibly cheap on power supplies. In fact, I went a little out of my comfort zone to buy these. Here, hold this for me, would you? Now, I don't know anything about this company, but this is a bronze 80 plus bronze, a power efficiency 500 watt power supply by a company called Aries Game. And let me show you on Amazon. Okay, let's see if I can go to my screen here. Window capture, properties. There we go. Mitch, this power supply is $27.99.
80 plus bronze.
80 plus bronze.
Certified, yeah.
So I thought, on the computers I'm giving away, my reputation's not at stake. These aren't customers. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
So I don't have the same liabilities. Now, look, this isn't massively cheaper, but it has a 5-year warranty.
Okay.
Now, if you compare that with EVGA, if we go up here and we do an EVGA 500 watt. Oh, wrong keyboard. Look, 500 watts. This one's $34.99. This one's $29.99. It's only $2 more, right? This is the one I use a lot of.
Okay.
These were $24.99 for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
But it's only a 3-year warranty.
Ah.
So it's $2 more. Now, I know it's a good power supply. I've been using these EVGAs, and I like them. Mm-hmm. But I thought, this would be a good opportunity to give another manufacturer a chance. And there are a ton. Look at how cheap power supplies are. Here's a 510 watt for $34.99. Here's a, let's keep going here. Here's a 600 watt from the same company for $36. You know what? We should sort this by price. Let's go up here, sort by lowest price. You know what? I got to take out 500 watt. That's my problem. Let's take out. And then sort by price. Look at here. $32.99, $29.99, $34.99, $34.99, 600 watts, $34.99. There's going to be a difference in warranty and stuff. That's why the price is the same. $34.99, mm-hmm. $54.99 for that one for some reason, $34.99, 510 watts, $38.90, $38.52. These are all prime, by the way, so free shipping. And then you get into 650 watts. Like this 750 watt, again from this company, this Aries Game. $70, pretty decent price.
Yeah.
So I just want to show that to everybody. There's a good time to buy a power supply. But this white one, this EVGA 500W, these were $24.99. And why didn't I see it again over here? Wasn't it further up? Oh, I guess it's the, where was the one that was $29.99? Here it is. So this is also a white. Wonder what the difference is. 500 watts, 80 plus white, 500 watts, 3-year warranty, $29.99. And that's, I think that's what's in the box of the other one. I mean, this bottom looks a little different, but it's still EVGA. If we go back and look at the one that's 34, where is it? This one right here. So is this a 3-year warranty as well? Why is this so much more money? 80 plus white is the same, 500 watts is the same. The bottom looks a little different. And what's the warranty? I don't see warranty information. I don't see anything about the warranty. I think it's 3 years. I think it's the same. Anyway, all I'm saying is between those two, I'd get the one for $29.99. Why pay $38? Or, you know, we'll try these Aries power supplies in a giveaway build that we're going to do. Oh, was I not on the window capture? What happened to my window capture? Sorry, guys. I was trying to show you guys the 500 watt power supply here, 3852, and then if we go back, and you'll see the 500 watt power supply right here, same thing, EVGA 500 watt 80 plus white, 3-year warranty, $29.99. And then again, when you look at these search results, I mean, these prices are fantastic. We're looking at $32.99, $34.99. And when we look at these Aries Game, A-R-E-S, oh, wrong keyboard, A-R-E-S-G-A-M-E, look at this, $27.99, $34.99, 5-year warranty on these. And not white, but bronze, the better certification, a little more efficient. Look at this, 750 watt for $50.99. It's bronze. And, you know, it's not modular. And what's our warranty on this one? I don't see anything about the warranty. I think all of these have a 5-year warranty, if I'm not mistaken. What's the warranty? 12 months full refund in 3 years. What was I looking at here in Amazon? I was looking at a product here on Amazon, and every once in a while you run into the funniest reviews. Now I have to think about what product it was. I was looking up something that I needed to buy, and it just happened that the reviews on it were hilarious, and now I can't remember what it is. So while I'm thinking about that, I'll put that power supply back, but I wanted to show everybody. I will give you a link if you guys want to buy the power supply that Mitch has here in his hands, which they can't see right now. It's this one. That's $27.99, and if you use my link, I make a small commission on it. And if you don't like it, you have a month to return it to Amazon. If you buy it from Amazon, it's free shipping with Amazon Prime. I think. No, wait a minute, I might be wrong. $27.98, free delivery. Yeah, okay. So let's go back to camera 1. I apologize that I thought I had that on earlier. And let me do this real quick. So here is the power supply, and I'm just going to put this in the chat room for you guys. Here's that, and then let's get a link for you guys. And this is the link right here, just like that. Okay, so some contributions have come in. Let's see, what have I missed? I missed something. Just going to look through the chat. Hey, there's John Kennedy joining us. Hey, John. John said corset. We were talking about it. Yeah, yeah. That'll keep your ribs in line. Thank you, John. Sorry, I just saw that. Let's see, we'll go scrolling down a little bit more. Oh, Carey, what is your opinion of using Windows Update for firmware updates? It's been doing a good job. Yeah, I think it's great that they're doing it because people otherwise, they're not doing it on their own. I haven't had any problems with it. Paul Carroll contributes $5. Carey, any plans and if you'll start streaming in 2K or 4K in 2022 on Amazon or Twitch or YouTube? Happy New Year and have a little tip for a Coke. What is 2K? 1080? 1080 isn't, what's 2K?
Yeah.
I don't know what 2K is. There is a 4K capture card. These are 4K cameras and they are in 4K mode. The problem is the amount of bandwidth it requires. You know, this stream has buffered at 1080. You can imagine what it would do at 2160. Is that what he's calling 2K? Because that's 4K. Because, you know, by the same way 1080 is 1920 by 1080, 1920 would be also 2K. I don't know what 2K is. Is he talking about 1440p maybe? I don't know. Anyway, no, because of the bandwidth issues. And a lot of people are watching us on mobile devices, and a lot of people have limited bandwidth around the world. We're watched around the world. When 4K sort of becomes normalized, I'm ready to roll with 4K. But right now, here, the Studio B is temporary. And I'm kind of stuck with the bandwidth I have. But thank you for the contribution. And for your question. Let's see. Scroll. Paul Carroll with another $5 contribution. He says, Happy New Year and happy late birthday. Happy late birthday. My birthday was 6 months ago. He says, love the Toto shirt. Did Mitch ever get to see them live? Only like 28,000 times?
Yeah, about 50 times. I will see them February 28th in Tucson, Arizona.
Jim says you should check out their CPU cooler. He must be talking about Aries game. I have the Black 5 cooling on an AMD FX 6100. That's an old chip. And it doesn't go above 65C under Prime 95. And then he gives a link to that cooler. Yeah, it looks just like it looks a lot like a Mugen, doesn't it? I wonder what the installation's like. They don't really show the kit. You know, is it a bracket you have to build? Who knows?
Yeah.
$29.99 for that cooler. I don't know. For $29.99, it seems like a better deal. If I was going to pick between Hyper 212 Evo and the Aries game CPU air cooler for $30, I definitely would try the Aries game cooler. I would be concerned about the noise on a cooler like that, but I don't know. No idea. Thanks for bringing it to my attention. I might have to order one and just play with it. Jack Craybaum contributes $15. I don't want to say hi, Jack. Hello, Jack, because hi, Jack says, you know. Yeah. Thank you, Jack. I guess I'll put this away.
Okay.
2K is 1440p. I've never heard 1440p referred to as 2K. I guess I've been out of touch because we always call 1440p 1440p, and we call 1080 HD, and we call 4K UHD. So I don't know. That's a new one for me. You know, we could probably do 1440, but my cameras don't have a 1440 mode, so that means there's going to be some scaling, and I don't think it's going to look good. But, you know, never say never, because I said I was never going to go live, and now look what happened.
Yeah, very heavy and nice. Yeah.
All right, so now we need to move this hard drive cage out of the way. And right down at the bottom here, there are two thumb screws. Oh, we left this plugged in. Let's get this unplugged so we can work without tying ourselves up here. Put those down there, and I'm going to move this box right over there.
So you don't think this will fit in?
So yes, this is going to fit. First of all, look at how you've got it.
Yeah, that down.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
There you go.
Yeah.
Give him a minute, folks.
Yeah, give him a minute.
But you see how long this power supply is? Go ahead and set it in there. We'll show them something here.
I got the shroud on this side, so here. Okay, like that.
Okay. Yeah, let's get the portable camera over here.
Okay.
Yates Networks with a $3 contribution says laptop can't auto connect to Wi-Fi in Windows 10. Then you might want to update your Wi-Fi drivers. That's what I would do. Let's go to Wi-Fi camera. Where's the Wi-Fi camera? Camera 3, right? Isn't it camera 3? Yes. Hold on. I have an OBS setting to change here. Give me a second. There we are. Come on in, camera 3. Yeah, camera 3 is wireless, and with this new capture card, it's when I move, you see these like shutter lines or something.
Jaggies.
We're in the process to fix that, but bear with us for now, please.
So it did fit in.
So yes, it does fit, but Mitch, I want you to see something. If we get this camera down here, let's move these cables out of the way.
Okay.
And you look down here. Mm-hmm. How much room do we have to plug the cables in to the back of the power supply?
Okay.
See what I'm saying?
Plug the cables in first.
Well, you could, but what happens if you want to upgrade something? You want to add a video card, or you need to plug another cable in. How are you going to get your hand in there?
Yeah.
Right?
That's true.
So you see these thumb screws?
Okay.
We unscrew these.
Okay.
There's one, and you see they are captive. You see, I can't even unscrew that with this in, so I got to get this out of my way. I can just set it up here. It's fine. We'll get down in here.
Okay.
Now watch this, Mitch.
I'm watching.
I didn't read any directions. Something's... Well, I know it slides forward and back, but it also has... In fact, I don't even know why it would slide forward and back. That's really strange.
Take the trays out. That might help.
It's supposed to slide front to back, not side to side.
Live and unscripted, folks. All right.
Why is it doing this? That right there should be where it comes up. Why is it coming up? Oh, there's a when I unbox this, look does the camera see this? I missed this little piece.
Styrofoam.
When I unboxed it, I didn't realize that was up there for shipping. That's not supposed to be in there.
Okay.
Derpy derp.
All right. And just like that.
Yeah, now we can move this over towards the front. But when we move it to the front now, we may not have room for, if we were going to put a liquid cooler in here.
Right.
But there should be room for a fan, I would think. But that, you see down here, you see how there's these little tabs sticking up?
Gotcha.
So we can be on this one or we can be on that one. So it'll go on these two or it goes on these two.
Okay.
So we're going to go to the last two.
Okay.
And you'll see it's only going to move it over about 1.5 inches. But that's all we need. And then we can tighten those thumb screws back down. And you're right, taking out the drive trays made it easier to see what was going on down there. That's not that they were required to remove, but since I'd never removed it before, it helps to be able to see. Because I'm a reverse engineer kind of guy. I like to see how things work. One of these days we'll see Mitch work.
Yeah. Four-letter word. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, now when we put the power supply in, I want you to look how much more room we're going to have
For the cables.
for the cables to go in.
Gotcha.
Look now I can get my whole hand in there.
Okay.
So that's going to be so much easier. Piece of cake. Now before we secure it, you're right, it would be easier for us to go ahead and put what cables we need on now. Since we're not putting in a graphics card and we're not adding a mechanical drive, we really only need 2 cables. We need the motherboard power connector right here, and we need the CPU power connector up here. We're also going to need a power connector for the liquid pump to power the pump.
Is that the one?
Yeah, so Mitch has got us the big 24 pin, which every motherboard requires. And then we're going to need the 8 pin. Oh wait, this is, no. So you see how it's split on this side? That's the side that goes to the power supply, and it ends in one big connector here. And these only fit in one place. You can't get it wrong. Let's see what Mitch has got here for us.
It says
Yeah,
CPU.
CPU. And then we also want a regular SATA cable to power the liquid pump. I'm assuming that we're going to need that. Perfect. Thank you, Mitch. I'm getting him trained.
Yeah.
So that part goes to the power supply.
Okay, and SATA?
Sometimes it says PSU on them, but yeah, but that's the regular SATA connector, and that's all we need. Okay. So the bag, all these other cables here, this is for future upgrade stuff.
Hang on to it.
Yeah, hold on. You definitely don't want to lose them. They're not all universal. And so what we can do is while we've got the power supply out, it's a lot easier to work on it. So we can take these wire ties off of here. And if you look, it says what everything is. It says motherboard, and it's referring to these two connectors. See how they wrote the word between them? And then this one here says PCI/CPU. So that's going to be for your video card, and there's another one up here. So I would use this one to keep all the cables across the top, and then use this one for a future graphics card. And this is all your SATA connectors here, and then two more up here. These are all the same. These 1, 2, 3. No, I take it back. They're not the same. These 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See, there's six pins in each connector. So there's 6 pins, 6 pins, 6 pins, 6 pins, 6 pins. And then these two, I guess, are more PCIe connectors. See, because they wrote that in the middle, so it's referring to these and these. This is a very well populated power supply. I mean, you shouldn't run out of power connectors for anything. I mean, geez, if you run out of power connectors, make an appointment with your doctor, because there's nothing wrong with the power supply. That's generous. All right, so that's in. And I see Mitch has already taken their zip ties off of here. How do you know which end goes to the power supply and which end goes to the motherboard when they look the same? Well, one side says CPU, but you could tell because this one splits into two 4s. The side that goes to the power supply won't split into two 4s, and that could be a real problem. Also, look at the connector. You see how thin that is?
Yep.
Whereas this one has two connectors that meet in the middle. Mm-hmm. So you'll find this won't even plug on. So we can plug that in here. We could plug it in here, 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 or here. So just for the sake of making it look pretty and consistent, that's done. And then just for our SATA connector, we can plug it in once again. If we keep everything across the top, might even be beneficial to plug that one the furthest away, because that will be the hardest one to get to once this is installed. So let's get that out of the way now. And then we can just line this back up. And you see now how that space between these cables in that bracket, because before these would have been really pushed in tight, and then trying to do anything in the future would be difficult. All right, Mitch has got the screws and the driver. Thank you, sir. Now this is a little tricky to install because I can't grab the right side like I normally can. What happened to our video feed? Oh, there it is. This is a little tricky to install because we have this shroud here. And so I can't grab the power supply and push it forward.
I can.
Mm-hmm. All right, go ahead. I was going to do it all by myself, but if you got an extra set of hands, you'd be a fool not to use them.
Okay.
Let's see, you're a little off.
I see that.
All right, you're pretty good there. Now you're going to go in every corner except one, and it's always this one up here that's off by about 1 inch. And then as far as the others, go to every corner. I saw one person put 2 and then 2, and they put nothing on the other side. I said, aren't you watching my videos?
And then because this may...
Look how clean that looks.
Because this may be shipped, you want to maybe tighten them a little.
I will tighten them later, but for now, we'll just leave that be. And, and thank you for that reminder, because, yeah, this may be going, maybe, no pressure to the person, but if they want it,
To California.
they may be going to Northern California.
Northern California.
So we'll bring that in. See that? That nice cable management. Look how well that's going to be so easy to cable manage this. I will say, Corsair did a great job on this with the cable management. We come around here, and this large connector right up here. Now here's another reason why the connector is black. If you take the view, if you come in from the front with the camera, watch how the black meets the black. See that? So if this was white, it would really stand out. Now it just kind of blends in. And then as far as this, we can actually push this back in. And look at this. You'll hardly even see it. Now we're going to take, on the back side here, we're going to take that 8-pin CPU power cable here, and we're going to go right up into this, you see this corner? Right up into that corner. And I'll push it in there, and Mitch will grab it for me. And we want to, eventually, we're going to run it around this area here. But for right now, you want all that slack, and we'll come around. You can let it go, Mitch, thank you. We'll come around here, and we'll make sure that clip faces the outside, and this has to be turned around. That's why I need so much slack. I have to turn it. It's a pain in the butt. And then once I align it, don't use any brute force. Get it to align. It'll seat right in. And once it seats and slides in, then you can push it forward to click. But don't do that until you feel it slide in real easily. And then I push forward, and it locks in, and now we can push all that extra back. Mitch can pull that a little bit more. Yeah, I think that's about as good as it's going to get. And then when we come around to the back side again, we should have enough slack that we can use these little loops to put zip ties and hold that back. Isn't that clean? Nice and clean. Come on now.
Yeah.
Now down here is where we're going to bring up the front port umbilicals through this cable management hole right here. This hole right here, this is a cutout for a fan or a radiator, and this piece comes out because if you put a radiator here, then you need an additional room for your fan. However, in doing so, you'll see our hard drive cage is now bumped up against this. So no radiator can go in here now. So we would either sacrifice the hard drive cage or sacrifice the radiator, or put the radiator up here at top. But this would be a big 360 millimeter radiator, which you cannot do on top. All right, so it's give and take. Can't have everything, unless you got a lot of money.
Hey, we got a $10 contribution from Jason Wheeler. Happy New Year. Here's some blue moon money for you and Mitch. Hey, Carey, would you do a custom build for me? I hope you both have a great year.
Will I do a custom build for him? Is that what he asked?
Yeah.
You're gonna reach out to me, send me an email. Let's talk about your budget. Let's talk about what it is you want to build and see if we can make it happen.
In 2022.
Sure. Well, it ain't going to happen today. All right, so all I've done right now is I've just kind of forced all these in. These actually don't go through here. I'm going to send these back to you.
Okay.
And I'm going to send this one back to you too. Now I realize I don't need, that one needs to come in over here, Mitch.
Where?
Do you see my finger?
Yeah. You want that here?
Yes, and that's going to go right down in this bottom corner. Can I see my glazes?
Yeah.
Because it's really dark in there. I bet even the camera's having a hard time picking that up.
How about a little light?
No. I'm used to working in the dark. This only goes on one way. And I just kind of wiggle and push, and then we can just pull that slack back, like so. Keep that cable management clean. Here we have the power switch. That's going to go right here. And here we have the power LED. We don't have a hard drive LED or...
Yeah, right.
Oh, where are they?
Where do you want them? Here?
Right through here, please.
Here?
See my fingers? Oh. Is there another one? Is there a...
Yeah.
Okay, that's our reset switch. So,
and then our 3.0.
No, wait, where's the hard drive LED? There isn't one?
That's it.
That's it? There's not another black cable like this?
Nope, 3.0 and
So it's an RGB build with no hard drive LED because they didn't want the LED on the LED build? All right, so reset switch goes on the second 2 pins on the bottom from the left. The power switch goes right above that one. It's pretty well universal. And then this is the power LED with the positive cable going towards the left on the first pin on the left. Top pin on the left, first one, and the negative cable goes right beside it, so it's going to bump right up against that power switch. Just like that. Then we can just push all those back down in there. Look how clean that is. Now, the USB stuff,
yeah.
get it in underneath this fat white cable.
Yeah.
Let's see. Not that one. Give me the other one. This is a USB 3.1 Type-C connector. You guys may not have seen these very often. And that plugs in just right here. Now that doesn't go up there, Mitch. Where is our USB 3 connectors? Down here. So I need that. And they just happen. Now make sure you don't weave it.
Okay.
Get it around these cables, please. And then he's going to bring that up, and it just happens to be right where this little barrier is, which kind of stinks, but this cable's going to stick out a little bit. We can't bend it down like this. So you're going to bring that up right here, please. Thank you. And one side of this has a little notch on it. Where's the notch? The notch is right up there. And then there's a little cutout in the plastic on the top. Sometimes it's on the bottom. The notch has to line up with the cutout. That's called a key. This is keyed. And when this has to go flat against the bottom of the case, thank goodness they made this cable more flexible than the 200R. Because you see, you don't want to pull that too much. You see the kind of stress it puts on the cable. And that's about as clean as we're going to get it. Now at this point, we can fire it back up, make sure that it still works. We should be able to now, instead of using my external power switch, we can now use this power switch. And instead of using the test power supply, we'll use the new power supply, make sure that works. And we do this in stages, because if we do too much work and it doesn't work anymore, then everything we changed is suspect for diagnostics. So by just changing the front switch and the power supply, we knew it was working. So if it doesn't work now, it's a problem with the power supply or the switches or the cable. Yes, well, I have to plug everything in. I've got to plug it. We'll move the switch down here, down, 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 down. Move that to the off position. And then, I'll give you back my glasses. Thanks, Mitch. And then right over here, pay attention to what you're filming. All right, let's do HDMI. We'll go right up here onto the motherboard. Power. Right here. We've left the keyboard and mouse dongle plugged in. I'm going to flip the switch to on, and I guess we can give it internet. It don't hurt. Since we've already got it all fired up and ready to go, we'll plug in the internet like so, and we'll turn it this way. You'll see, since I gave it power and flipped the switch on, this is why you don't work on a computer. Even when it's off, there's still power going through it. That's why I always unplug the cable. All right, Mitch. Now I'm going to come over here. I'm going to turn on the HDMI. You don't have to move. Why are you moving? You're afraid it's going to blow up? Get back here.
Put us in the corner.
Yeah. And move closer. No, not to me. People want to see this. Oh. There you go. Thank you. Camera person in training. Yeah, a lot of training still. You're going to have to do a lot of training. All right, so...
put us in the corner.
Let's see. Let me turn on HDMI. Okay, you ready, Mitch?
Yep.
Hit the power button.
Now?
Yeah, when Mitch hits the power button, I'm going to go ahead and move us to a corner.
It's lit. We got fan spin.
Yeah, and the
That
RAM
should go right into Windows, right?
It should.
Ah, look at that RAM lit. Very nice. Yeah, and there's
I
Windows.
think you're pretty lit.
Yeah.
What's in that drink you've been drinking?
Vodka.
There we are. That's actually a pretty good boot. I can't complain.
Yeah. I mean,
It's not too shabby. Not too shabby. So now we know the power supply works. We know we have our front port umbilicals hooked up correct. I mean, I haven't tested USB, but. And now we can do the cooler. So we can take this cooler off and work on the liquid cooler.
Okay.
And that's, well, aside from some RGB fans, I mean, that's pretty well going to be good to go. So we'll go ahead and I'll tell this to shut down. Hold on a second, I can't see anything here, so. Power.
Shut her down.
Shut her down. And then we'll go back to full screen here on camera 3. Just waiting for that to shut down. There it goes. And you can see everything just powered off.
Yep.
And now camera 3 can step back, and I'll put back on camera 1, and then camera 3 can take a break. There we are. Good job, camera 3. All right. Now these little parts here, these were the brackets, the AM4 brackets. What I like to do is just keep everything together for this board.
Okay.
This is like, I guess, the documentation for the power supply. I don't know anybody that would ever want that or read it, but we'll put it in there anyway. And we're going to unplug all of this because, again, we don't want to work on the computer with power on it. And the cable management back here is going to be super easy. I mean, look at it, even out of the box, it came with these cables already wrapped up for us. So this is this part of it, the cleanup, really easy. Now, I guess there's two types of the Asus Aura RGB lighting system. There's a 3-pin ARGB, which, by the way, everybody should just be using the 3-pin ARGB. It's a standard. For whatever reason, and this board's a couple years old, their Aura is a 4-pin 12-volt RGB. And that's really not for fans. It's supposed to be for LED strips that, magnets, and you can, anyway, I'm not going to use them. So we'll see how this goes. But we'll cross that bridge here when we get to it. Let's go ahead and get the liquid cooler out and see what we got going on there.
Right here. These are just the fans.
Yeah, that's not the cooler.
Yeah, you'll have to lift that up.
I will get it.
A little too heavy.
Sure. I've got it. So here's what we're going to be using. I haven't used this cooler before. But it's an Asus ROG board, right? Well, I guess it's just not an ROG, but it's an Asus board. We have an Asus cooler. Let's go ahead and take this cooler off first and foremost.
I'll hold the back plate. I'll get you the little big red.
The little big red?
Little big red. I'll hold the back plate.
That was easy.
Now what do I do with that back plate? No wisecracks.
Oh.
All right. It's New Year's Eve. All right.
Oh, that's right. You can take it out for right now.
All right.
And set it down. I'm just putting this cooler away because I have a feeling we're going to need it again. At some point in the future, we'll probably be doing another Ryzen build, and I will need it for testing.
Now I will get a Q-tip because we got to clean that.
Well, you're a little ahead of yourself there. You're a little ahead of yourself. So let's open this up. First and foremost, how does this open? Oh, that was easy. That's a clever, look how nice that is, a fancy box. I hope the cooler's as nice as the box. Look at this. Feel that. We got our white RGB fan. I was trying to find these same fans. I can't find them on Amazon. Welcome to the Elite Republic of Gamers community. Does that mean I have to hold my head up and
all
stick
right.
my nose up? I'm an elite community.
All
I
right.
look down my nose at you.
Okay.
My eye, my nose. Okay, there's all our mounting bits. Instructions. And of course, last thing in the box. It's a 240 millimeter radiator. I did my research on this one because I was going to order a 280. I heard some people say a 280 worked, but in all the marketing they were showing a 240. And I said, you know, it's not going to make a big difference in the cooler. This cooler looks like somebody has taken it out of the box because it's a little bit, see, the fins are kind of bent. It's not perfect. Has no impact on how it cools. Has an impact on my OCD though. And then I guess this is RGB on the front of this too. Please remove the film after installing the AIO on the motherboard. Please use a neutral detergent with fiber-free cloth to clean the lens. So microfiber cloth is what they're saying. So this is obviously, we're going to put this up here. Now, first of all, this is a magnetic filter. Now, if we're going to draw air in from the top, here I am, then we filter it. But if we're going to blow air out through the top, we don't want to put this back on because it's just restricting the airflow. And if we tilt this down, you can see we have multiple places we can place the cooler.
I got it.
So we have to align with these first slots. You see, we could have gone a little wider on a 280. I can see that now. And we could have gone a little longer, it appears. And right about there, I think, is where I want to put it. So the question is, do we want the fans blowing air out or drawing air in? Questions?
Shrek always says better out than in, but
Well,
but I say in.
if the fans are going to go underneath the radiator, it really doesn't make a big difference in cooling in most cases, whether those fans are pulling cool air in or helping to push hot air out. The theory is you don't want the hot air in the case blowing through the radiator, that would not be as effective. You generally want to suck air in from the top to pull cold air through those fins. So what I like to do is I like to look at the box, and I like to look at those little details. Let's go ahead and put this back on its feet. But I'm thinking that'll be the position we put it in, and then the radiator will go on, the water block will go on like that. Yeah, those pictures are no good. What is there another picture anywhere else?
No.
So these pictures show, do we see this? This picture shows the brackets facing the radiator, right? You see the whole fan spinning for the RGB effect.
Okay.
And since we're doing this for aesthetics,
Right.
we want to see the RGB effect. That means we want the fans exposed, and we're not going to see the fans if they're above the radiator, and we're not going to see the RGB if the fans are flipped the other way to pull cold air in. So we have to pull air out from the case and push it out, which means we will not use this screen. We could, but this is going to restrict how much air gets pushed out. Not by much. So if you really like the look of this on there, you could put it on there. But if you really want the best cooling performance, you're going to leave this off, because this is going to block your exhaust air. And the picture shows, if you want to see that RGB right down here, right, then those fans are going to be spinning with the RGB towards the radiator. And if we turn the fans around, then we're going to be pulling air in from outside. Then we put this cover on. It might cool a couple degrees cooler, but now we can't see the RGB. So what's the point of having it? We don't need to have a machine that runs 2 degrees cooler. That's for fools who misunderstand the purpose of cooling. As long as we're within the operational temperature range of the CPU, 1 or 2 degrees makes no difference. And if you're running so hot that 1 or 2 degrees does make a difference, you're doing something wrong. Okay, so, all right. That's all I have to say about that. Let me move some of this stuff out of the way here, Mitchell.
All right.
Okay, so with that established, if we're going to put this cooler up here, then in this orientation, then I need the cables for the fans to go out this way. So that means now that I've turned it towards me, I need the cables coming towards me. We're going to keep this plastic cover on the water block because there's thermal compound already applied, and we don't want to get that
Schmutzy.
schmutzy. Yeah. What he said. You're always going to have 2 cables on an RGB fan. You're going to have this is an ARGB. See, it's got 3 pins. And then this is your standard fan power connector. That's a 4-pin fan, which is what you want. And same with this one. All right, and we know we want these to go, remember, this is for aesthetics. It just happens to cool the computer, but we're really doing it because we want it to look good. So I want the cables to be towards me, remember, towards me. Because when I put this in, I'm going to flip it upside down, and then the cables are going to go towards the back, and we can run them through the cable management holes at the top of the case. And then nobody will see our cables. So that one there, yeah, we'll just put them both on exactly the same. That way the RGB, if we turn this to get these cables closer together for cleaner cable management, then when this one's rotating colors and this one's rotating, they won't be in sync anymore. It's important you keep your fans orientation exactly the same, and you got to deal with the issue of cable management. When you're not dealing with RGB, you can turn these and get your cables closer together. It makes for a much cleaner cable management, much easier cable management. But aesthetically, when we're looking for lights, the attention is on the lights, it's not on the cables, and it's a little more work on the cable management for that aesthetic. Now, in the bag of parts, we're going to have some screws. And there's a number of ways you can mount these fans, whether you sandwich it between the top of the case and then the radiator, or you put the radiator in first and then the fans. Typically, the radiator goes in first with the fans underneath. Or you can even add 2 more fans in a push-pull configuration for a total of 4 fans, and they give you all the hardware for that. At least they should. Now, they also give you cables. There's a little button here, a little controller to control the RGB if you don't have a motherboard that supports it. We've got a USB connection to control the RGB through software. We have a fan splitter here that's partly going to plug into, oh, this plugs into the motherboard apparently. No, it's right here. So this is your pump, and when you plug this fan splitter in, you now have 2 connectors, 1 and 2, no. What's happening right now? This is so weird. Okay, I see what they want. They want this to plug into the CPU header.
Okay.
And then they want the fans to plug into the splitter, which I'm not going to do now because I can't cable manage it then. Well, these will have to go through separate holes, and when they come through the separate holes on the other side, they can meet up and they can both plug into this splitter, and then that can plug into one fan header on the motherboard. You could also skip this altogether if you have a lot of fan headers and plug each one directly if you wanted to. But ideally, you want both fans spinning the same. Again, for aesthetic purposes. Now, the rest of what the componentry is in here is the mounting bracket system for, well, this little bag says AM4. That's what we're using. We're going to need this bag. There's some scissors in the drawer in front of you. And then we have 2 brackets here. This one, I believe, is Intel only. I'll have to read the documentation. You see the bracket that's on here now? Yikes. You know what? Let me put the fans on first.
Yeah.
This is going to be our AMD bracket that comes with an Intel bracket on, and you just give it a twist, and then it pulls off. That can go in the trash, and then push this one down and twist it, and that locks in. And then it's just an issue with the back plate. This might be, yeah, there's no way, this has got to be Intel only, so we won't use that, but we will use this. This is for, I think this is for Intel. And in this little bag, these are all the screws, and that's going to mount the fans to the radiator and in the radiator to the case. And so the way we're going to do this, there's long screws and short screws. Obviously the short screws are not going to make it all the way through the fan into the radiator. And so typically, in order to prevent the top of the screw from going through the hole, they give you these little washers, and you'll put the little washer on there and start that through. And these radiators are usually a very soft metal, and if you over tighten the screws, you'll strip them right out. So the hardest part of this whole thing right now is just putting the little washer on the screw, go to opposite corners to get it aligned. When you align these two corners, these will be by default already aligned for you. You following me?
No, you want to use big red or a normal screwdriver because you don't want to over crank.
Well, in theory, with the
Clutch.
with the clutch set to 3, we shouldn't have any problem. We did crack a fan
Once, yeah.
with Enermax, but with no other manufacturer have I ever cracked a fan. That being said, I want to use big red because there's a lot of screws to turn.
Yeah.
But the first thing I want to do is get them all started. Now these short screws, those are going to go through the top of the case into the other side of the radiator, also with washers. Everything gets a washer. So you see how that moved? That means that was never in. I didn't get that one in. It tricked me. And we'll just start all these by hand so we'll ensure we don't strip them out. Boy, 2021 is coming to an end. Can you believe it?
Hallelujah.
Well, that's what we said about 2020.
Yeah.
Now 2020 doesn't seem so bad. I'm afraid for how much worse 2022 can get.
Thanks.
Supposed to be optimistic, right?
Yeah.
You got the wrong guy for that.
Yeah.
Now, they did not give us extra screws. Usually, some cooler manufacturers do for mounting fans to the other side. But Asus, I guess they're saying, no, we're not supporting that. You're on your own if you want to do it. So we had just the right amount of screws. Now, there's no particular order you need to worry about when tightening these, but you want to be careful not to over-tighten. Seems like we got a little lip here. That's interesting. These don't have to be super tight. And you will see the edge of the fan start to flex. Perfect. Now, when we go to put this in, it's going to go in this way. I'm going to need that driver again, and we're going to get this secured up to the top. So what I need to do now is I'm going to prep. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. The same number of screws as if you were putting a fan on, 4 screws per fan. And technically, you only really need 2 on each side, but I'm going to use them all. It's not like you can secure it too good. And so we'll grab these little short screws this time with washers. And you notice I haven't looked at the documentation on this. And I feel like a good engineered product should be pretty obvious on how to install it. If you have some experience, it should all be very familiar. And so far, the only thing that's throwing me off is the weird design of those fans. It's like they dip down on just the left side for some reason. And my OCD wants to put the dip down together, but then the RGB won't line up. And it looks like they gave us extras of these little ones for some reason. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. I'm a washer short. Oh, there it is. And for some reason, yeah, they've given us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more of the short ones. What's the point of that? That's not long enough to hold. Normally these would be long ones, you know, for the fan. Huh. I don't know, Mitch. I just don't know. You can't ask me these kinds of questions. All right, now you should use a handheld driver for this.
Now I can push this towards you.
If you would, that would be great. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to line it using that first rail right here. Every radiator has to use the first rail. And then depending on the width of the radiator determines the back rails. So I'm going to put one here, and we're just going to get it started. This is the tricky part. I guess I'm going to have to do more than start it. I need it to kind of hold, because I need to do the opposite corner. And that's going to put a lot of stress. Hold that for a second. This is the hardest part right here. This does help if you have an extra set of hands. Now see, I've tightened that one too much, and I need to move it. So I'm going to loosen this. Now with these two, look, see how I can slide this and put it where I want it.
Yep.
Let's go ahead and pick it back up, and let's take a look at where it's going to be most aesthetically pleasing to look at. What do you think? Shove it to the left or to the right? Left, right.
What do you think?
Well, we have to run the hoses, right, all the way over to here.
Okay.
And we want the hoses to come out to the right, like this. And that kind of covers our RAM up, doesn't it? And these are on flexible dealy bobbers. That could work. Yeah, it's got to go to the right.
Okay.
All right, let me tilt that down for me again. Oh, ran into another problem. Now I can't get to that hole. So I think what I'll do is I will move it over just a hair. And that's going to determine how far to the right. But even now, I still can't move it until I get the other one up there, too. Oh. So with all 8 started, then I can move it to the right. Because these are blocking how far I can go that way. There's our last one right here. Now I can push it to the right, and we can lock it down. That's it. Now I'm going to bring these up here, and I'm going to pass these back to you, Mitch.
Got them.
There's one. Here comes the other one.
Got 'em.
There. Go ahead and pull those.
More?
You got it. And then this one's going to come through this other hole up here at the top. Wait. Is there another hole?
Here.
Uh-oh.
Here?
No, it should be. Oh, it's over here. See where my fingers are?
Yeah.
Do you see it?
Yeah.
There's one. Now I just got to get the other one out there. Can't see. There it is. Do you see it?
Is it here? Wait a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel you got it. There. Go ahead and pull on those.
Yeah.
Perfect. Perfect. There we go. When we look around, I'll show you what Mitch just did. We have two different cable management holes back here. And that's why we couldn't put this splitter on until now. And these connectors, there's two different kinds of connectors. There's the power connector that spins the fan, and there's the power connector that controls the RGB. This is strictly for spinning the fans. And what this does is these fans will now work together at the same speed, but the motherboard's going to think there's only one fan.
Okay.
All right, so on a radiator, you want that. Now, if you had fans all over, you wouldn't necessarily want the temperature sensor that's affecting one fan to affect the other one. In this case, we do want that. We still could put that mesh top if you don't like the way that this looks. If we tilt this down, if you don't like that look, you could put the mesh filter on, but remember, it's going to be pushing air out, and that mesh filter is going to be creating some back pressure. So since this is an aesthetic build, you may want to do that for looks, but for better cooling, you want to keep it off. It's a personal decision. It's just a magnetic screen. That's all it is. And if you do your temperature checks with and without the screen, it's going to be a negligible difference. All right, so now we're left with our ARGB connectors. And if we bring this back around, I mentioned I have to take this Intel bracket off. So that twists and then comes off. And then the AMD one will go on like so.
Clockwise or counterclockwise?
Well, it depends. Looking at the bottom of it, I think I twisted it clockwise, and then to put it on, it would be counterclockwise, I think. No, it's the other way around. Counterclockwise off and clockwise back on. Now remember, the holes, this can go on with these brackets coming out to left and right instead of the top and bottom. How do you know what's left and right or what's top and bottom? Well, we want these hoses to be out to the right, and we know the holes are top and bottom. The holes are not left and right, right? Because there's two holes close together, and these holes are far apart. So in the same way, we want that to align so it can go on just like that. Now, that leads us to the next question, which is how do we mount it? Well, that's where this little bag comes in. And these little standoffs are going to screw into the... I didn't realize you opened that. Yeah. Those little standoffs are going to screw into the back plate that Mitch was holding. I told Mitch to let it go.
I was ahead of you. All right.
Yeah, that happens once in a while.
Yeah.
And I found 3 of them. Why is there always just 3? All right, there's the 4th one.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
All right.
Now, just to give you a better look at what these look like. It looks like this, and this piece at the bottom spins. Okay? Okay?
Okay.
Okay? Okay. All right, let me clear some of this out. Now, I can't put this little piece back on because it's only designed to fit with the Intel bracket. And we're never going to use the Intel bracket. So that can go and that can go. And we just want to be cautious of not touching this area since thermal compound is already applied. This would be a good time to clean it. But no, you know what? Let's put the bracket on first.
Okay.
So, and again, I'm not going to look at the instructions yet. Go ahead and hold the bracket onto the back of the motherboard for me.
This same one?
You say, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're using the same bracket. And I think I just, if I'm not mistaken, I think this just goes on with that spinny part, goes down on this side, like this. There's one. This is the bracket that came with the motherboard. We're just putting different standoffs into it. This is unique to AMD. Just getting those started. See that? So now we have the posts that have threads that are going to go through these holes, and then there'll be some thumb screws that we tighten. I have so far not opened any documentation. I hope I'm doing this right. You don't have to worry about this being tightened down with a wrench, because as long as you can't turn them anymore with your fingers, as soon as you put this water block on top and tighten it down, it's going to squish it to the back of the plate regardless. So that's why there's no tools for this. Now in this bag, which has our Intel mounting standoffs, we have to use those thumb screws. Do you see there's little thumb screws in there? All the standoffs are for Intel, but the thumb screws are universal. You have to use the thumb screws regardless of AMD or Intel.
I didn't open that bag.
That also means this bracket is for Intel. That's trash. And these extra screws, I have no idea what they're for. I just can't imagine why somebody would need short screws. You'd need long ones, like I said, to go through fans. So that's really weird. Give me that. Give me that. And I'm going to put these screws away. Where can I put them? I'll put them here with the screen.
Okay.
Don't let me forget that. And then we have, here, you can open that, a USB cable. And this is an ARGB controller. Now the ARGB controller doesn't have a button on it. What the heck? This is going to have a slot here for the USB to plug in. That's so it can control the software of the pump and the RGB of the pump. And then there's a film on here we can remove now. There it goes. And again, avoid touching the thermal paste down here. Keep your hands clear of that. And then all these standoffs, that's all for Intel. Intel, 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 Intel. All we want are the thumb screws. And this is our ARGB. Oh. So this looks like it's going to take that 4-pin header on the motherboard and convert it into 3-pin. If that's what it's doing, I like it. Then I made a very smart decision to stay with an Asus branded cooler on an Asus motherboard for that reason. Otherwise, I'd have to have 2 separate RGB systems, which would be impossible to get them to sync up. Whew, I am winded. I've done a lot of talking. I never do that.
Now can I clean the chip?
Yeah, you clean the chip. I'm going to clean my hands and take a little break.
Okay.
Oh, yep. And don't hurt yourself while I'm gone.
No.
Mitch's medical plan is just free Band-Aids.
Yeah. A clean chip is a happy chip. Now there shouldn't be a lot of schmutz on this because we only had that test fan on there. Let me look. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit, not much. And I would say that that is very nice. awful thirsty, Chad, for that blue moon. All right, shortly. Okay, put this back without too many grunts and groans. Be gentle, ribs. Here we go. Oh, yep. We're ready to go. Like Carey said, I hope these pipes don't block that beautiful lit, nice ram here. Maybe go under, because when he had that going, that was very nice. So where is everybody in the world? Have you already celebrated New Year's Eve? What do we got here? 422 in lovely Phoenix, Arizona. So we got a ways to go. What kept you? All right. It's tough being interesting, so hurry up. All right. Mitch is very quiet. I'm not hurting too much. Again, see, chat, this side, no issue here. I can't tell you which two ribs were broken, but I can do this and I can do this. Yeah, this isn't so hot, but this and this
Have you been interesting yet?
is fine. I'm telling them about my injury. Leave me alone. All right.
Man, you're gonna milk that thing or what?
Yeah.
Toughen up, Buttercup.
Yeah, let me do some breathing. Stand back.
Oh my gosh.
Got to expand the lungs, so it's not exhale. That's right. The machine they gave me, you have to inhale to have the ball go up the doodad, and he wants it at 3,000. And
Mitch,
I can, I
think that's a bong.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You just described a bong.
Okay.
What kind of doctor? Does your doctor have long hair?
No, Dr. Feelgood. All right. So,
Dr. Feelgood.
So here.
That wasn't Dr. Vinny Boom Bots?
No. Ooh, that is quite painful. Yeah. So, don't want to shallow breathe.
Hold on.
Okay.
Let me get you some cheese for that wine. And this is Old Croc, so I thought of you.
Ah, okay.
They're not paying me for that. You don't have to.
Yeah, I like you.
Actually, smell that. That's open. Give me that.
Is it?
Yeah.
Ooh, sharp cheddar.
Spreadable cheese for a cracker. And then we'll get you a little wine.
A little. I don't drink wine like Dracula. All right.
No, I meant WHINE.
Oh, okay.
You already have it.
Ouchie.
Oh, I
Ouchie.
fell and broke my back. Woe is me. Come on, I break my back every other day.
Okay.
Toughen up.
Yeah. I'm good. Good.
I give Mitch tough love.
All right.
I'm nothing but compassion over here.
What next?
See, what they don't know
Okay.
is that just being around me, he was already on painkillers.
Yeah.
All right, let me clean some of this.
Okay.
I'm not stepping on everything. Look at all this mess we made here. It's like we're getting something done. Hey, I'm gonna be selling a lot of computers this year. I got 23 systems building, the 9th gen and 10th gen and 11th gen. I just picked up, you know what came in the mail today? Let me show you. Just to give you a sneak peek of what's coming.
Your hopes and dreams?
Yeah, it's amazing what you can get on Amazon Prime.
Alrighty then. Ooh, look at that.
So I just got these today. They were a good price.
Okay.
So these are all i5 11600Ks. All right, and the reason I went with the 11600 is that's your best bang for the buck.
That's not my car.
We're going to combine this with, come on, you know what's coming, don't you?
Storage, NVMe. Oh, yes.
Can we get that portable camera? I want people to see this. I'm not screwing around here this year.
Yeah. Okay.
If you want to know what's my favorite motherboard this year, you ready? We're going to go to camera 3. I'm not screwing around. Look how many of these I have here.
1, 2.
Now, do you know why I bought so many? These were $89.99 a piece.
Okay.
They have all 4 video outs, VGA, DVI, DisplayPort, and HDMI. They will work with both 10th and 11th gen chips. No, yeah, socket 1200, 10th and 11th gen. $89.99.
Okay.
So there are 13 of these to be built. There's actually 14.
Okay.
This is what I put in my office computer. This is what we should upgrade your system right here.
So save me
and then
one.
you pick your 10th or your 11th gen chip if you want a 10th gen or 11th, i5, i7. I don't want to do an i3, but
what did you put in yours? An i9?
The 11900K, which is, I paid $489. Those are $429 now.
Yeah.
But on an $89 board, even though it's not overclockable, that 11900K is smoking.
Yeah.
I put that Scythe Mugen 5, and I'm going to get another case like this, or 2 of those Mugen 5s.
So, Marty, if you're listening, help me. All right.
So I just, thank you, camera 3.
All right, yeah.
Let's go
Because
back
Mitchie
to...
likes your system. I was so jealous.
Hey, you know,
Wow,
after the end of the
super
show,
Yeah.
Mitch is going to say,
We'll leave the light on for you.
don't let us forget to do that at the end.
Okay.
I reminded them.
Yeah.
So they'll be surprised.
I was ready. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
All right, we'll go back to camera 1.
Okay.
Thank you, camera 3.
All right.
All right, now I got to move this heavy box of motherboards. Oh, jeez. Oh, my back. Never mind. I can't complain about my back
rub
anymore.
It in. Yeah.
No, I was going to say, I was going to try and get some empathy about my back, and then I realized who I was talking to.
Yeah.
All right.
So this is 11th gen i5 11600K LGA 1200.
And I have about 14 Corsair 200Rs coming.
Because they're all gone now, chat. Sorry.
Well,
We
no, they're
snapped
not.
them.
Well, yeah, they're sold out.
Yeah, for now. But
I don't know how that happened.
Yeah. Because Carey waved his wand and forced me to buy some for him. All right.
Yeah, I told him it's a wand.
Yeah. And it was only limit 2. So
2 per person.
2 per person.
So luckily, I know a lot of people that can order 2.
Yeah.
Well, you can do the math on that. It's about 7 people.
Well, yeah.
6 or 7. No, I don't even know if I have 10, 12, or 14 coming.
I could have sworn yesterday when you added it up, you said 14.
But you know what kills me?
Yeah.
Do you know what absolutely kills me? I didn't know those were coming back in stock. So you know what I did? I bought a bunch of other cases.
For giveaways, yeah. Oh, okay.
Well, they're going to be giveaways now. But somebody said in the chat room, I think 2 people said you should try the Corsair 110Q.
Okay.
And I ordered about 4 of them. This is the Corsair 110Q. All right, so it kind of looks like a 200R. It's got one place if you want to put a DVD drive. But I'll tell you what I don't like about it is the buttons and I/O is on top instead of up here. So I don't know about you, but doesn't everybody put stuff? Does anybody here not put stuff on top of your computer? You don't put stuff on top of your...
No, I put stuff on it. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Everybody puts stuff.
Right.
When I built the Phantom 410 for Mike Smith, it had sort of a roof on it. And I thought, well, that's going to suck if he wants to put stuff on it. But Mike's like, nah, it goes under my desk. It won't matter. Well, next time I saw Mike, the whole top was removed with the metal exposed.
Right.
So he could stack stuff on it.
On top of it.
So he's like, yeah, don't send me another case like that.
Yeah.
You need a flat top. But ideally,
Papers and stuff.
these I/O would be up here. You don't want it down in the middle or at the, well, it could be at the bottom, but people tend to kick it with their feet. And in the middle, sometimes the cables aren't long enough where you have a hard drive, an external drive dangling, which is not good. Now, on the plus side, they do have 2 USB 3s up here.
Okay.
All right, so instead of some of the cheaper cases, they only have 1. And these are more expensive than the 200R. These were $85 a piece. So I got 4 of them thinking, you know, I was down to my last 200R.
Yeah.
So I was thinking I need to do something. And I have a number of viewers who say, Carey, I want you to build me a computer, but please, for the love of all that's holy, I don't want any glass, and I don't want any RGB. And these aren't just old people. It's mostly old people.
Yeah.
But it's not just old people. It's also businesses. Businesses don't want that RGB stuff. So I thought, I'll build with one of these.
And try it.
And if they're good, I'll use them for business. And if they're not good for business, I'll use them in the giveaways. So I have 4 of these. No sooner than these were arriving, those $200 went on sale. And Corsair doesn't tell you how many they've got. So I'm like calling everybody I know going, order me 2, I'll pay you back. Order me 2. Plus, so they were $64.99, and then they had a VIP 10% off coupon code.
So
maximum 2 per customer, and good until January 1st. Well, they sold out.
So I picked up 2 for $137 and some
After
change.
tax,
and the code.
and I think the shipping was $4.95 or something.
Something like that, and yeah.
But that's not where it ends, Mitch.
Yeah, okay.
I thought, why am I going to spend $85 on a case I'm only going to give away? I'm an idiot. That's why I bought the cheaper power supplies. Why am I buying the more expensive power supplies for computers I'm going to give away? What I build for paying clients isn't the same as what I give away. And if I can do the giveaways where they're still good, but not as expensive, then I can afford to give away more, right? But if they don't last as long for any reason, there's no warranty. I gave it to you for free.
But that'll be fun for us to try a build in that.
Well, that's not where it ends, though, Mitch.
Okay. But that's not where it ends. There's more.
I was at Newegg, and I got an email from them about some cases that were on sale for $39.99, and you know they're not good. I mean, what I define as good. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
they have one USB 3, and I thought, well, if I'm giving it away, what do I care, right? As long as it holds the parts and it looks good, and they're all RGB, and they're all plastic panels, and I'm wandering around trying to find where I put it. Where is it? Hold on a minute. I have to get my bearings straight here. Oh, it's over here. So this is a company called DIY PC. Okay. And you see, I have to put an index card so I know which box it goes into. Once again, we have the I/O on the top. There's power, reset, 2 USB 2s, 1 USB 3, and it's plastic on this side with a big old gouge. I just noticed there's, boy, I hope that's just on the plastic. I mean on this film and not on the plastic. That sounds like glass. Huh. That feels deep. Okay, hold on. Now I'm concerned. The box had a cut in it.
For that price, there's no way.
It was $39.99.
There's no way that would be glass. That can't be
That
glass.
sounds like glass, Mitch.
It sounds like plastic.
Caution, tempered glass, handle with care. That might have gouged right into the glass.
Sound effect.
These cheap cases, this plastic never peels right off. It like, we could spend a half an hour trying to peel this off. It just rips and tears. This is what happens when you get an inexpensive case. All right, so here's where the scratch, can we see the scratch?
Kinda.
Ooh, oh. Oh. It's not scratched. Okay, as far as a case goes, it's not a bad looking case, is it?
No.
Okay, but
You get a nice.
you have to make sure you do good cable management.
You get a nice-
You've got a magnetic screen on top. You've got one fan here, but no fan in the back.
Okay.
That should be the other way around. But because this is going to light up down here in RGB, and then this is going to light up in RGB on the sides.
Okay.
So there's just one of these. Needless to say, they had about 4 or 5 cases, all different, for right around $39 to $44.99, and I bought one of each. And the poor UPS guy shows up
With
and
two
he's got-
guys. Two
It was
guys.
two guys with a trailer, like a dolly.
Yeah.
I felt so bad because I didn't order them all on the same day, and they all didn't have the same shipping.
They just happen to arrive.
They all just happened to arrive. Well, not all of them.
No.
In fact, I was just checking earlier to see if any more came in. But these poor guys, I think they had about 6 of them. And luckily I was here and was able to sign for it.
Yeah.
And then I also didn't want all the boxes out there,
Yeah.
you know, with the holidays, you never know. So I thought, you know, it's not a bad looking case. Let me ask you guys this, okay, because I've made it pretty clear what my requirements on a case are and why. But what I want and what you want,
Right.
you understand? You're not my customer. So, well, most of you. What do you think of this case? Would you, for 40 bucks, you can kind of see the fan there, and it is glass.
Okay.
I'm surprised, I thought it was plastic. Would you like this case? It's got a power supply shroud, and it has a cutout so you can see the make and model of the power supply. Nice touch. I'm going to be doing some builds in a bunch of different cases that I would never ever sell to my customers, but that I will sell to viewers or give away to viewers. And that's why when I talk to a viewer who's getting a giveaway, I show them what I have, because I don't want to send something you don't want. That'd be the worst thing. Somebody goes, oh, he sent me RGB. Or, oh, he didn't send me RGB. Even though I'm sending them for free, I want to make sure people are getting what they want. So what do you guys think? Who would buy it? Who wouldn't buy it? Buy or not buy? What do you guys say? Red Soren says, Carey, Mitch, and chat, Happy New Year. William Sean said it's a good case for 40 bucks. I think this might have been 45. I can't remember. They were right in that range, $39.99. No rebates, none of that nonsense.
Right.
Over at Newegg. I couldn't find anything in Amazon for $39.99. Nothing. See, look at all this. Buy, yes, buy. That's 3 yeses. Not, that's 1 not. 4 buys, 2 nots, 6 buys, 7 buys, 8 buys, 9 buys, 10 buys. I'd buy that for $1.
RoboCop.
Yeah, that took place in
Detroit.
That's right. Was it 9 buys? 3 not buys, I think. 4, I wouldn't buy it. 5, not for business. 6, Icaruses, wouldn't buy it. Carey, I will email you later. I like the case. I've got to talk to you more, Mon. I've got a 200R. So the 200R that this was in, this is the old streamer. I thought that would be great for giving to Mortmont. Mortant has been very, very generous to the channel, and I want to give him something, and he did not want RGB or glass, and I didn't have anything. But the 200R I have, it's used. I wouldn't want to sell that to a customer because it's not perfect. And I'll make a video for you, Mortant, and you can look at it and see if it's good enough.
And again, my only beef about the case...
Tony wouldn't buy it.
Yeah.
Look at it. It's almost like it's 50-50. That we've got a number of people saying they would, and almost an equal number of people saying they wouldn't. Terry says, is there only one fan? Well, it's a budget case. You get what you pay for. You want to pay more, you can get another fan. Frank Jimmy says he wouldn't buy it. SVT and William Dawson said they would. Rashad says for 40 bucks in tempered glass, that's a great deal and nice looking case. Ronaldo Torres says he would buy it. Solo can't make up his mind. You're not helpful to say, I don't know, maybe. Robert Jones would buy it, but Dan Nelson wouldn't.
My biggest complaint...
Isn't that fascinating?
My biggest complaint is you put that on carpeting and you can't, your power supply can't breathe. And
Sure I can.
I'm not
That's
talking...
got a bigger, that is up higher than a 200R. I can almost get my entire hand under that.
Okay.
I can't do that on a 200R.
And
that is better clearance.
And I'm not talking about old shag carpeting, just
regardless. Have you seen a 200R?
Yeah. So.
Okay,
Yeah.
look at how far my hand goes. It goes right to my knuckles.
Okay.
All right, let me go grab a 200R. Let's do that same very scientific test. We have a 200R. In fact, the one I want to show to Mortant is right here.
Okay.
Now this is what that white motherboard used to be on, and this is the case I used to stream from.
Okay.
Okay. And I even left the ugly Noctua cooler in there. Okay, so when we put this on the table,
You can't get even up
wait
to
a minute, I think it has a rubber foot missing. There is a rubber foot missing.
Okay.
But even if it had the rubber foot, like I'm putting a finger under there to simulate, that's even higher.
Right.
Because the rubber feet are really, really shallow.
Yeah.
Look at. Do you see, can you see in the video?
Yep.
My fingers are only going to my second knuckle.
Okay.
So, and I'll show this to Morton since he's looking. It's a 10th gen, but you see it's maybe I can get some glues. There's a rubber foot, missing rubber foot. It's in good shape, but it's, you know, it's kind of a history of the channel if you think about it. You'll own a piece of the channel as far as the case goes. And then there's a 10th gen B460 with a 512 gig T-Force NVMe drive in here with a Scythe Mugen 5. And I think it's an i5 10600 or 10400 with that 500 watt EVGA. So I did this last weekend, or maybe it had to be last weekend. And then I was going to make a video, and I just, you know, with everything happening this week, I wasn't able to do it. But we're going to talk about that more time. We want to make sure he gets what he wants and that he's going to be happy. And I just thought it was a great solution, and I thought that white motherboard would be better in the white case. And I bought the white case because I was running out of cases, and everything has RGB, and I thought, well, if I'm going to do RGB, let's make it nice. And Corsair had these on sale, limit 1 per customer. And I thought, let's do something different, and let's do all white. Now, did you clean the CPU?
I did.
By comparison, this case cost twice as much money. And this case came with a fan in the front and a fan in the back, but they're black and they're not RGB. And I thought, nothing on this case is black, it's gray. Why did they give me 2 black fans? And furthermore, they're not RGB even though there's a glass panel. So those fans are sitting on the floor behind you. And to replace them, I'm going to fill this with fans, but they're just going to have the halo RGB. I don't know how I'm going to hook it all up. Now, in theory, it should be as simple as taking this, again, keeping this area clear, and then just pushing it on. There's several holes. It will obviously only line up with certain holes. And we're right up against the RAM. I mean, that just fits. And then this cable's in the way. And what I'll do is I'll just start these by hand. And again, you would lay this flat to do what I'm doing. Why do I want the tubes coming out to the right, Mitch? Do you know why?
So it doesn't block the RAM?
Well, no, I mean, it's pretty damn close to the RAM.
I don't know why.
There's usually a logo here.
That's right.
And that logo typically can't be rotated. And if we rotate the block, then your logo won't be right side up.
Gotcha.
Let me point out something here that I'm realizing right now, that ASUS has been very thoughtful and considerate that you have RAM where these hoses are coming out. And do you see, like on Corsair's coolers, sometimes these hoses are not on swivels, these are on swivels, and sometimes they come completely out the side, straight out, they jut out.
Right.
And then if you have RAM next to it, you have no choice but to rotate the cooler, and then the logo's rotated. And when you're doing something for aesthetic reasons, it defeats the purpose. You'll also notice, like on Corsair's coolers, they will also have an RGB cable, and it'll typically come out this side. Now, regardless of what side it comes out, I like that it's not coming out at a 90 degree. In other words, it's not in a north, east, south, or west position, but rather it's sort of at a 45 degree angle for both the hoses and the USB cable. This is not a good location, generally speaking. However, what we will do is we will hide this cable by running it up and through the back and then down through the bottom into a USB port here. So they give us a lot of cable. So there is some consideration to the builder that I am very impressed with. I've never installed an ASUS cooler as far as I can. I've done Cooler Masters, I've done Corsairs, and I've done NZXTs, and Enermax, and Silverstone. And I've not seen this kind of thoughtfulness. So that's very welcome. Now, as far as these thumb screws go, and again, you really don't want to use an electric driver. Do as I say, not as I do.
But yours is a clutch?
It is, but it can be very easy to cross thread. Now this is going to go on to the CPU header, where you would normally plug in your CPU fan. And we didn't have to apply any thermal compound because it was already pre-applied on the block. And when it heats up, it will smear around.
That's schmear.
Mm-hmm. Schmear?
Yeah.
And we'll have to do some cable management here, but for now, just to get this up and running, boy, that's a tough place to get to now. Let's run this. I'm going to pass this back to you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to run this straight up like that. And it should go right up through the hole if I do this right.
I don't even see it.
No, it's not there yet. You know, this is really stupid. I should come in from the other side. That would be a lot smarter. So why don't we do it the right way? Be careful when you take this out, or just take the RAM out. You just don't want to bump into your RAM. But here's what we can do. Turn this around, and we'll feed this end in to that hole right here, and I'll just drop it through.
That I got.
Yeah, go ahead and pull that through for me. And then this part will go up into one of these holes, which is where the USB connectors are on the motherboard, right at the bottom. And again, all just for aesthetics. We don't have to do that. If you want it to look like crap, be my guest. But what's the point of spending the extra money for the color coordination? And then what I want to do is I want to run this cable back behind these hoses. I can't believe Betty White died.
Yeah.
I didn't even know, she wasn't ill, was she?
Nope. Nope. Looking forward there to January 17th, I think, for her 100th birthday. Yeah.
No, I hope she went peacefully.
Now, there's plenty of slack on whatever that is, but.
Yeah, this is the USB cable. And then this is going to go. You ever see the YouTube videos where Betty White interacting with Ryan Reynolds like they hated each other?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so funny.
Yeah.
I'm going to hold the hoses out of the way. I don't need the...
Oh, glass.
No, this is just kind of a... Oh, you know what? I thought this was USB Type-C. I thought I could put it in either way.
Never mind.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. So with the RAM in the way now that I've installed the block, it's a little bit of an angle and it has to be completely straight to align. I might have to take the RAM out. No, there, no, wait a minute. Well, I'm going to leave that for now. Let's do the other end. So down here, the opposite end, this will go on a lot easier. Can you hand that to me? Actually, I want it on this side over here.
This long
the
one?
white cable. Yeah. No, not that one. Not that. That's a fan cable. You see the round coming down from the top?
This one? Yeah.
And then bring that in right through here. Perfect. All right, and that will just plug in just like that. Right there, onto one of the two USB headers on the board. That's a USB 2 header, and there's another one right next to it.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to give up and take my glasses. I'll hang it. So So they got these eye drops now where you don't have to wear glasses.
I saw on YouTube, I actually saw a little 3-minute video or something like that showing that. So,
Well, now if I could just get them in stock at the pharmacy,
give them a try.
and I can find an ophthalmologist or an optometrist that'll write the prescription, I'd like to try them. In fact, I should buy stock in that company because I got a feeling they're going to make a lot of money. Unless it turns out to be like, you know, when Steve Martin's the jerk and everybody becomes cross-eyed.
Yeah.
I can't tell which direction this goes in. This should have been a USB Type-C, requiring me to have to figure out right side up is very, very difficult in this position. Huh. Huh. There doesn't seem to be any indication to what side is up. Oh, well, there's a USB symbol on one side. Let's assume that's the top. All right, can I see the flashlight? I'm gonna have to just look at it. This should have been Type-C, man. This would have been already done. So there I was praising him a little too early. So the USB logo's got to go on the bottom. That's stupid. Okay.
You got it? Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what kind of a view the audience is
No.
getting. Just the back of my head. Got it. That only took 16 years.
Okay.
All right, then I'm going to flip that around. And will you pull the slack for me on that white cable coming out the top? Just give that a little more, little more, little more. Right there. Okay. And now this one has to go to the CPU fan, which is all the way up here on top. This is going to be tricky. Yeah, not a whole lot to see on video here because I can barely see it with the radiator in the way. Would have been nice if this had a pull-out tray. That would make life a lot easier. Once again, I think the RAM is in my way as well. I'm just too lazy to pull the RAM out. I mean, I'm too efficient to pull the RAM out.
Is it just light?
No, it's just a really tight fit. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to lift this cable, the slack up through the hole, and I want you to grab it and just pull that slack. But you know what? I got it. Do you see how we've hidden those cables now, ladies and gentlemen? And now it's just a matter of articulating these hoses in a way that, you know, I could even use some cable ties or,
Right.
I don't know. I really tend to want to pull them down. I don't like
That they're
how
covered.
that's twisted like that.
Well, they're covering the RAM, but
Yeah. I don't like the hoses. So I had asked you, I said, well, why are the hoses coming out to the right? And I mentioned that I wanted the logo right side up. If the hoses came out to the other side, they'd be blocking this fan. Remember, there's going to be a fan here.
Mm-hmm.
These hoses will be directly in the way. And the logo will be upside down. So there's more than one reason.
yeah.
But it would have been nice if this hose was made shorter. Like, I can't imagine a situation where both hoses would need to be the same length. But I think some white zip ties. Maybe put one there and one there. It's too bad the hoses weren't twice as long and I could strap it down here to the bottom. And see, these should be on swivels. Then I could run them behind the radiator.
Right.
Then you wouldn't even see the hoses at all. We could go above the ram behind the radiator. That would be a super clean look if we could have done that. Okay, so we're plugged in there. So the last thing now we have to deal with is the ARGB stuff, right? Oh, we still have to plug a fan in. We can plug that into any fan header on the board. We have a couple down here on the bottom. Can you pass me that through here? Thank you. And it only goes on one direction. And we still have another fan header next to it. So in theory, we didn't even need that splitter. We could just plug both fans in, but we'll use it. Now all we have is the ARGB. That's not plugged in all the way, Carey. Okay, so these last two cables, these are going to be our RGB. Now, there's 3 pins with what looks like a missing pin, and you can plug any connector into any plug. There's no particular order. They should all be identical. These are a little delicate. Now ideally, the fans I bought will also plug into these too. It's almost like they give you 4 as though you were going to have 4 fans on the radiator, but they don't give you enough screws to put 4 fans on the radiator. So that's a little inconsistent, or I'm misinterpreting why they're doing that. Then we have, well, no, this is not a 4-pin to 3-pin adapter. Uh-oh. Now we might be in trouble because I don't think this motherboard supports ARGB. Can I see the flashlight? Let me just take another look. You see the 4-pin on this board is 12 volts and the 3-pin is 5 volts. So, you know, we don't want to plug it in the wrong one. Yeah, it's 12 volts and then it's green, red, and blue. That's the 4 pins. So if we plug that connector on, we'll get voltage, but we'll be missing a color. And then this RGB header 2 is also 4-pin. Uh-oh. We're in trouble.
It's your fault.
I mean, it's an ASUS motherboard with an ASUS cooler, and it's supposed to be the Aura lighting. But these 4-pin headers, and there's 2 of them, they are in the instruction manual, and I did read the instruction manual, because RGB, I can build a computer with the latest processor and the latest RAM and the NVMe drive and set up a RAID configuration, but you want me to hook up your RGB? Now I got to go read the manual, because nobody can decide a standard, and so there's about 3 different ways it's done, at least 3, 4 ways. So, what to do? What to do, what to do? We can turn this on now without RGB, and I think it's going to default to being controlled through the cooler. But the problem is the motherboard's got its own RGB, and they're going to do 2 different things. So we got to run the Aura software to control the motherboard, and then we got to run this other Aura software, I guess, for the water block. This all started because I'm like, I got this white motherboard, I got a white case. I didn't realize that maybe when this board came out, ASUS hadn't settled on ARGB yet, because I think a more modern ASUS board would have ARGB. Everybody should just use ARGB and be done with it. Have I said that?
Yeah.
We have a TPM header down here and a thermal sensor. We have, yeah, we have that same, there is no 3-pin. Ironically, ASRock and MSI boards have it standard. But Gigabyte doesn't seem to have it standard, and ASUS doesn't seem to have it standard. Maybe they do now. I don't know. But we should still get some RGB on this. Let's fire it up. Let's run Prime 95 on it. Let's see if it cools. How about that?
Okay.
Because this is feeling like it's stalling. Okay. Power switch is off. Plug in power. We're going to plug in HDMI. And we're going to plug in internet. We still still have the Wi-Fi, the wireless dongle for the keyboard and mouse. We flip this on. We see the lights come on the board. Yeah, go ahead and hit that power button. Let's make sure we should see this light up here.
Now?
And we should see the fan spin. Yeah, go right ahead. Okay, that just lit up. The fans are not lit up. Ooh, boy, that adds a lot of noise. Yeah, it's nice. Nice. You feel the air coming out of there, huh? So the RGB has to be plugged into something else, I guess. We're missing something. Oh, yeah, this part. This part has to be plugged in. And we don't have a place to plug that in, but I'm not going to worry about that just yet. Let's see if we're booting. That seems like it's awfully fast. Oh, geez, it's already booted. So I'm going to guess we've got to put some software on this. It's really loud.
It's doing its job, though.
Well, maybe more so than it should. We're going to have to download some software to control this. There may even be a firmware update to the pump. Shouldn't the fans go on the CPU header? Yeah, probably the CPU. So the water block should go onto a water block header. I don't think this has an all-in-one header. You have to go in the BIOS and instruct it. And if that's the case, then no. I'm thinking about this because the fans should be running according to how we've set it up in the BIOS. I'm used to the fans running because they plug into the pump, and in this case they're not plugged into the pump, so software isn't going to help us. The BIOS settings will help us though. So what we'll do, let's go into the BIOS and I'll show people how to do this. First, I got to make it full screen for us. I smell something good. Are you eating something? Are you hungry?
Famished.
Famished?
For a sandwich.
You're in.
I'm famished for a sandwich.
Well, sandwich?
Yeah, you started rhyming earlier, so.
Not on purpose.
Yeah, that's porpoise.
All right, we're going to shut this down. We'll know when it shuts down because it'll get a lot quieter. Whoa.
No.
All right, we'll turn back on. I see the power light on the button lights up. That's good. And then we're going to go into the BIOS this time. Holy cow, that's loud.
That's loud.
What was this thing on? Maximum?
There you go.
All right, so it says CPU fan down here. Q fan control. And let's just hit optimize all and let it just do its thing. So it's going to check each fan header, and it'll bring it down to a complete stop and then do a full run. And it determines, I don't know, like the impedance value is different, the value of resistance changes, so it can customize each fan individually. So if you have fans that are different makes and models, a lot of modern motherboards have this feature now, and very few people ever take advantage of it. And if you ever update your BIOS, you will lose this setting and have to do it again. Okay? So you may not want to be updating your BIOS unless you have a reason to. I generally always update to the latest BIOS, but if you have something overclocked or tweaked just so, leave it alone. Unless you've got all those settings saved.
Right.
Sometimes the BIOS allows you to export the settings into like a flash drive text file or something. So there's our duty cycles. Click OK. Now it's on manual. Let's go to standard. And you should hear it change. Ready? Silent? Nothing's happening. Oh, that's a CPU fan. So CPU fan should be full speed. See up here, CPU fan? And then we plugged in, oh, there is a water pump header on here. That's okay. CPU fan on full speed will be the same thing. We can move it later. And I don't know which chassis fan we're on. Are we on 1? Are we on 2? Are we on 3? But it's not making a difference on any of them. How about fan off? No, it's not going to let me pick that. Manual probably, and then fan off. And apply. So we're not on fan. See how I'm finding it?
Yeah.
I could just look at the motherboard, but I'm too efficient. Manual, fan off, apply. Okay, number 1. Manual, fan off. It's quitting time, Mitch.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I'm not exactly sure what's happening. Have I plugged into an all-in-one pump and not realized it? Now I have to look at the board.
Aziz, light.
Can I? Where's my glasses? All right, what the heck is going on over here? What's going on over here? I can't read it. That says we're plugged into water pump. Ah, okay. And this says chassis fan 2. We're on chassis fan 2. Yeah, I don't know if that cable will reach from the water block all the way down to that bottom of the motherboard to that header. But it's supposed to be off. It's not off. But I say I was on 2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll tell you what, we're going to put this to... Oh, you can hear it now. Turbo. Full speed. It's working. But off isn't working. Manual. Off. I guess even when it's off, it's on? Or does it have to redo the... Let's hit optimize all. Let's see what it does now. Because the water pump isn't supposed to fluctuate. It's always supposed to be full voltage all the time. And that's exactly what we experienced. So now we should hear the fans go loud, and then we should hear them shut off completely as it calibrates the fan header. It doesn't calibrate an all-in-one pump header. But these fans should come to a complete stop. Oh, still running. Still running. Oh, now they're barely spinning right now. Now they're completely off. Now they're completely off. Now they should spin back up. In just a minute. They give a little twitch. They give another little twitch.
For Mitch.
Twitch for Mitch. Now they're going again. And they're dead quiet. That's so much better. So much better. Perfect. Now I'm going to leave it alone, except I want the CPU fan. I'm going to go over here, and I want that CPU fan on full all the time.
Okay.
Full speed, which is where it's at.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to hit escape, and then I'm going to save and exit, which is F10 down here. And it's saying, you know, here's all the changes that were just made with the duty cycles on each fan profile, header. Click OK. It's going to save it, restart. And when we reboot, we're going to load Prime 95. We're going to do our heat test, and then we're going to go to dinner.
Yeah.
And then I will put the RGB fans on later. I got to figure out, I think the fan kit I bought, which is over here, this is an Antec fan kit. Right here, the Prism 120, and I think it has a controller, and if it has a controller, I should be able to add those fans to this controller, when my thought was I was adding these fans to that controller, but there is no controller. So there's 5 fans in here. I'm going to put 3 on the front, 1 in the back, and I guess I'm going to have an extra for. Okay. But the reason I got these, Mitch, guess what color they are?
White.
You got it. I kind of thought black would contrast, pretty nice, but there's nothing really black on the case, at least through the window. It shows a controller. I might have to buy a controller. Oh no, right here, fan control box. So here are the fans we've got right here. Check this out, Mitch.
They can't see us.
They can see us.
Oh.
Yeah, look. We're right up in the corner. Hey, AC's drafting, contributed $50. Thanks, AC.
Hey.
Yeah, look. See, these have the ARGB on them.
Okay.
Each fan can plug into the other, and then into this. This was a pretty good deal, now that I realize it. Came with a fan control box right here. And so with the fan control box, why are the cables black? Documentation. See this?
Yep.
Fan control box.
Very
And then there's buttons if you don't want to load software. You can push the buttons, and then that can be stuck right back here somewhere.
Okay.
Feels like it's got some magnets in it, but they're not very strong. Anyway, that's going to solve the problem. And the RGB, as you can see, is just the ring around the fan. Just the ring.
Okay.
So it'll be nice and elegant. It won't be flashy and in your face.
Okay.
All right, so let me set this aside. Let's grab our utilities flash drive, and let's get Prime 95 on here. Let's get this test going, and then let's go eat somewhere. What's for dinner? Red Lobster?
Delicious.
USB drive. PC testing. We want to do Prime 95. And I like to use HW Info on AMD systems, and I use HW Monitor on Intel systems, although now they both seem to work equally on either platform, but it's an old habit. So let's start this. Oh, that's dead silent now. There's no sound coming from this at all. All right. And we want the sensors. And we want to see the what's it called? TIDE or something like that? Yeah, right down here. That's a nice temp. We're at 35.8 degrees centigrade or Celsius, depending on how old you are. And now we'll run Prime 95. And we'll click OK. And I'm going to start my timer. Come on, timer. Stopwatch. Start the stopwatch. That's running, and then I'm going to move some stuff so we can read what's happening here. We want to keep an eye on this area here. And we're going to let this run for 20 minutes. And if you're curious of what's going on down here, there's a little more information for you. We should hear these fans ramp up as the CPU gets hotter.
Okay.
And I'm just curious if they'll ever go full speed, or if the cooler is so effective it doesn't need to do that. We are full out 100% across all cores. And this is a CPU that's been around the block. You know, I've been using this for streaming in Studio A right up until I got Threadripper fixed. And then once Threadripper was fixed, that's all I've been using since then. And I hadn't turned this one back on. That's why all my files and data are still on the drive. I have to pull all that off of there. There's some unfinished projects like the Subaru lights we did and stuff like that. Remember that?
Oh yeah, I get big compliments on them.
Yeah, well, nobody knows what we're talking about because I never edited the video. Hey, there's Marty. Marty contributes $10. Thank you, Marty. Happy New Year, Marty. Happy New Year, Aaron. Happy New Year to all of you. Troll McTrollington, Matt Power, Rick Hubbard, Ronald Nimcheski, Zero Core, and Danielle Emberley, David Evans, Enforcer P, James Smith, and Lord Icon, I think is what it says, and Wally Benaway.
Frank says, "What's for dinner, guys? Ribs." Sorry.
Ribs.
Sorry, Mitch.
That was mean.
Yeah, that was mean.
That's mean. We got to fatten him up a little more first. Let's see. Jason Urbank says, could use an Arduino and fast LED library to control ARGB. Oh, just what you need, another little separate computer to control your RGB on your computer. Nerd. Nerd alert.
Can we have a, like, January be no RGB month? I'm just throwing that out there.
Jason Urbank says, I did with the Cooler Master fan that mentioned earlier. The ARGB at 5 volts consumes a lot of current, I think close to 500 milliamps. Black Watch and Mark Baggett. Tony Wallow, guys, happy New Year. It is about 20 after 5 here in Phoenix. We're about 2.5 minutes into the test so far. We'll keep an eye on that temp. It's staying dead quiet. I don't even need to look at the temp until I hear the fans.
Right.
If I don't hear the fans, it ain't getting hot. That's very nice.
Yeah.
What a difference. Helps when you plug it into the right fan header.
Yeah.
I just thought they were all the same.
Don't think. All right, yeah.
Well, I might not have been actually.
Yeah.
John Goodman says, if you have the buttons, do you still have to fix the BIOS? If you have the buttons, do you still have to fix the BIOS? If you have the buttons, what does that mean?
Benjamin buttons? No, that's
If you
a movie.
have the buttons. No, the buttons only control the RGB. There's a, so that if you don't have software controlled RGB, like some motherboards may not have the ARGB header, and you may not have the added hardware that you would have to buy. You'll see that on the cheap, like the Musatex cases, those really, I say cheap, they're inexpensive cases, and they have those 6-pin fan headers, which is really funky. And there is no software for them. You have to use buttons on the case to adjust both the color and sometimes the brightness. Sometimes it's one button, sometimes it's two. But in this case, we're controlling the speed of the fans, and that's done through the BIOS. The RGB is not done through the BIOS. Luke Slater with a £1 contribution. Hey, Luke, thank you very much. Happy New Year to you, my friend. And Jason Wheeler contributed $10. I didn't hear back from Yates Networks on that whole Wi-Fi not connecting deal. I still think driver update. Or go get yourself a cheap USB Wi-Fi adapter and plug it into the laptop. You can get the ones that don't even really stick out.
Yeah.
You'll forget it's even there. Unless, of course, like most laptops, you have like only 2 USB ports and you need both of them. So what do you got, any New Year's resolutions?
I don't know, like everyone lose weight, because the camera adds 10 pounds, so I got to lose some weight. So
That's why I'm going into porn.
Yeah.
The problem with the camera is it flattens us,
Yeah.
right? So when people meet me, they think I'm fatter than I actually. I've had people like, oh, I thought you'd be bigger. When I first met the people at Newegg,
Right.
the director, who also did he was a professional gamer, and then he became a director for Newegg. His name was Tom. And so she's meeting Tom, and she's meeting me for the first time. And she says to Tom, Tom was young, and she goes, you're so cute. And she says to me, and you look so much thinner in person. And I looked at Tom and I said, you got cute,
Yeah.
and I got not fat.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
I have a weird sense of humor. I was very amused. You didn't
Right.
offend me. It's hilarious. So, yeah, I could lose a few pounds, and the camera doesn't help. But when I went to a taping of 2.5 Men in studio. Do you know how tiny Charlie Sheen is? And the actress that played his wife, no, not wasn't his wife. It was Alan's wife.
Okay.
The character Alan. Her waist had to be. I mean, they looked more alien than human. I thought Charlie Sheen was kind of an intimidating guy.
Big, stocky guy.
He looks like if you went, you would blow him over.
Yeah, and the camera adds 10 pounds.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
So
Yeah,
on camera, he looks.
Yeah.
You know, of course, Tom Cruise also looks tall.
Yeah.
Does the camera add any height?
No.
Damn it.
What else am I planning?
Brian Burns, $1.99.
Oh.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Still planning the motorcycle ride. I'm on the fence between doing that, up to Portland and Seattle and Vancouver, or just taking the Subaru. So I'm kind of on
Portland,
the fence. Seattle and Vancouver, and then.
When would you do? You don't want to do that in the winter.
End of May.
It's going to be rainy, isn't it?
I don't know. Is it? I mean,
if you go to Oregon, you need to go to. Is it Silver Springs State Park?
I've heard of it. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I got to Google this. Silver Springs Park, 11 waterfalls. Somebody in chat probably knows what I'm talking about. Silver Springs State Park. What waterfalls are in? It starts, the hike at Winter Falls Trailhead. It passes a 134-foot waterfall of the same name, then connects with the trail of 10 falls.
Okay.
Passes through Middle North Falls, Drake Falls, Lower North Falls, and ends at Double Falls.
Okay.
And you get to walk behind. You see how they're walking behind the falls?
Yeah.
On several. Oh, it was the most beautiful. And it wasn't crowded at all.
But how far is
The
that?
trail of 10 falls.
How far is that out of Portland or Seattle?
Oh, it's south.
Is it way? Am I way out of my way?
Silver Falls State Park. Let's bring it up.
I agree. Now that you showed it,
It looks like it's right outside of Salem. Is it Salem? Yeah, there's Silverton. Because I was thinking it was Silverton Falls. The second time I went to Oregon, I was at Silverton Falls, which is beautiful, but it wasn't the 10, the 11 waterfalls. So you see this green area? It says Silver Falls State Parks. That's got to be what it is. And if I zoom that out, keep zooming. It's north of Eugene.
Okay.
It's north of Albany. It's east of Salem, and it's south of. It's actually not too far from Portland.
Yeah.
Let's just do this. How far is Silver Falls Park from Portland? I don't even have to finish typing it.
An hour, 53 miles. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and if you're doing it on the way up.
Right. Yeah.
And then, of course, when you're in Portland, you got to do Multnomah.
Right.
Oh, and you know what else you got to do? You got to go to the Tillamook Cheese Factory.
Okay.
You've got to do the Tillamook Cheese Factory.
Definitely.
You're not lactose intolerant, are you? No. Anybody in Oregon watching us?
No.
Black Watch says Vancouver says welcome, Mitch. I think he's Vancouver, Canada, though.
Oh, yeah.
But they're very close, right? Vancouver, Washington, and Vancouver, Canada are pretty close. No, you don't know? Let's type it in. Vancouver. We can answer every question. Vancouver, Canada to Vancouver, Washington. Oh, we're 500 miles away.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, if you're up that close.
Up to
now,
Seattle. Yeah.
if you're at Seattle, if you have your passport, my brother rants and raves and goes on vacation and is trying to twist my arm to get me to go to Victoria.
Right.
Now, I'm a big fan of fish and chips, which is made of cod. And so and you can't get that in California. That's all Pacific snapper. So to get cod, you have to go north to like Alaska or right up into northern Washington. And I'm told when you get into Vancouver, Canada, or Victoria, first of all, you can do these boat rides where you can catch your own salmon and cook it.
Okay.
You know it's fresh. You caught it yourself.
Yeah.
But they have fish and chips places all along the route, and I will bet you dollars to donuts. There's an expression I haven't used in a long time. That'll be the freshest fish and chips you'll ever have, and I bet you they make it right.
Yeah.
Does anybody concur? Anybody in that area? Got any advice for Mitchell?
So I just don't know. I'm on the fence. Part of me says just road trip it. And
I just think with all the rain, I wouldn't want to be on a motorcycle.
Yeah, that's for sure too. Yeah.
Brian Mertens contributes $5, says Happy New Year, Carey and Mitch, and producer extraordinaire. Planet Cryos. Well, he's like an editor.
Yeah.
Don Allen with $15. That's like $25 today from Don. He says, Happy New Year, Carey, Mitch, and chat. Looking forward to more streaming by Carey in 2022. I would like to get back to doing it every day again. You know, the ad revenue pays better in December. So, you know, if you're a content creator, you'll make more money off the same exact videos in December that you do every other month. And yet, every December, I get slammed with work, and I don't have time to make videos. And I thought this year would be different. I'm going to go talk to my friend who died and let him know how inconvenient that was for me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Both of them. And you falling. That's just not good timing.
And then
couldn't you have the courtesy to do that after the holidays?
And didn't you say December was busy for you? But didn't you say there was like an 8 or 10 day window? Like
we're in it
now, that where it kind of went, and you're like,
yeah, but it didn't happen.
But it didn't happen this year.
No.
So.
No. This. Okay. So what happened was this guy calls me, and he's a snowbird, and he's in town, and he's got this old laptop he doesn't want to upgrade. I mean, he doesn't want to replace it. Let me get it. I'll show you. There's a story behind this here.
And what else, Chad? Am I planning?
Here.
Yeah. Okay.
See this?
Yep.
Okay. Open that up. Open the lid on that. Okay. This laptop, how old do you think this laptop is?
I'm going to guess 7 years.
Yeah, I think you're pretty close.
That what it feels
and
like.
we're at 13 minutes on our test, by the way. Let me just check it real quick. And then I'm going to continue with this story and why this...
It looks in real good shape, though. I mean, for 7 years, yeah.
Yeah. And he doesn't use it every day either.
Yeah.
Where's our temps now? We've hit 52? Oh, man, that's chilly. That's working really, really well, if that's accurate. Okay,
it's got a sticker on it on the bottom that does say Windows 8, so that gives you a little bit.
I'm going to take this up to the camera because I want you to pay attention to something here. Where is the RAM and the hard drive? Is there any access panel under here at all?
No, there's not.
So here's what you have to do. This thing has 4 gigs of RAM, DDR3L, and it's got a 500 gig, 5400 spin mechanical drive. Okay. And it's running slow, and he was getting virus alerts. So I said, look, I'm really busy. Maybe all you got to do is put malware bytes on it and be fine. Well, he did, and it helped, but it's still not that good. I said, well, contact me after Christmas. Things usually slow down. He drops it off, and I'm hopeful, because I've never seen this laptop before, I'm hopeful it just has a little access door. We can just, this is a 5-minute job. You know, we'll clone the drive, put a solid state in there, and we'll add some RAM. We'll be in and out. And he doesn't know what drive he's got. He doesn't know how much RAM he's got. He doesn't know any answers to that. So you got to take out all these screws and the battery, and then you got to turn it over. And then you got to take the keyboard out. You got to get something in here, and you pop this keyboard out of here, right? Then there's screws under here, and then this all clips together, and you have to go around the edges, careful not to break it, and you separate it, but there's still ribbon cables connecting it. Then there are 2 screws that hold the logic board down. You take those 2 screws out, and then the logic board, which is still attached to some other stuff, which you should remove, but I didn't want to. So I let the logic board kind of hang sideways, and in behind it is where the RAM and the hard drive are. So it's not like I could just do one, test it, and then do the other. I'd have to rip the whole thing back apart again. So I took this apart, and I made little piles with the screws. So there was a YouTube video I watched to help me. There's a guy who took this apart, and he showed how to upgrade the RAM and the hard drive on it. I'm so glad he did that, because I got the news about my friend, and I wasn't in the mood to work on it anymore. But I didn't know what to order for it. I didn't know what kind of RAM or how many slots it had. I mean, CPU Z told me, but I didn't believe it. I'm skeptical. So once I opened it, I took pictures, and I went on Amazon, and I said, what RAM can I get? I want to get two. There's two sockets for DDR3L.
Yeah.
I want to get 16 gigs.
Okay.
So 2 sticks of 8, and I'm looking through the prices, and this is going to arrive in February. This one's going to arrive in January. Like, oh, this one can arrive overnight. So I ordered it. It was a little more money, but I could have it delivered to my door before I get out of bed in the morning. And I'm like, that's all I can do for today. And I have plenty of solid-state drives laying around. So the next day happens, and like I said, what happened, and there was the RAM at the front door. And I'm like, oh, well, and I set it here on the counter. And I had some difficult time processing the news, and I just wasn't in the mood. And the next day, Mitch, it hit me even harder. And I did no work at all. Like I just had to talk to somebody. I had to talk to a mutual friend. But what I did do when I was working on the laptop, because I wanted to share with all of you the depth at which I had to dig. Let's see. So if we go this way on this,
Okay.
do you see the circuit board just hanging out of it?
Yeah.
And the screen is facing down?
Mm-hmm.
That's how much I had to rip it apart. Ugh. Just to put RAM and a solid-state drive in it. So of course you say, well, okay, once you take the hard drive out and you put the solid-state drive in, it's empty, right? So how do you clone it? Well, that's when you take the original drive, plug it into a USB adapter, plug that into USB on the laptop, which is only USB 2.
Oh, jeez.
Load up the Acronis Rescue Disk, and it says,
7 minutes.
this is going to take 32 minutes, and it says that for about 3 hours.
Yeah.
And all you can do is wait. So, now it's been day 3 since I took it apart, and I can't remember how I took it apart. I have no recollection
Right.
of which screws went in the front, which screws went in the back, which screws held down the logic board. And that YouTube content creator who made that video, and I should give him credit for that, I watched him take it apart again and just had to do it backwards. But as I started putting it back together, I said, okay, he took a screw out here, he took a screw out there. Some of the screws are different lengths. So it's not that, you've got to pay attention to which screw you put where. And as I was running out of screws, I didn't really need to watch the video anymore. It sort of became obvious. And if he didn't do that, what I would have needed to do is to put a camera on me, not to film it, but to just film myself taking it apart.
Right.
So I could play it back for myself on how to put it back together. And that's a reminder for all of you. We all have these smartphones. They all have cameras. You can let them run usually for several hours if you haven't got the thing bogged down with photos, There's a lot of, most smartphones have a lot of free memory.
And you don't need to do, 1080p, bump it if you've got a different app.
Well, it helps.
Yeah.
It helps to get it sharp.
Sharp.
But look to see if somebody else has already done it first on YouTube. Normally, I would have said, no, I'm not going to do it. But at that time, I was kind of bored of doing this stuff, and I wanted something different, and I thought, I'll do it. And I'm not going to film it, because then I'm going to get made fun of for being an idiot, because I wasn't quite sure what I had to take apart. And then because nobody's watching me, I can go watch a YouTube video and not be judged.
Right.
Watch this other guy do it. And you know what? Let's give this guy credit, because without his help, and he doesn't even know me, without his help, he just made my life easier. And I hope that my videos help make your life easier in the same way. So I'm not just putting pennies in the jar. I'm taking pennies out too. I don't want you guys thinking for a minute that I'm so talented that I can just grab any, especially laptops. I much prefer a laptop that has an access door. Then you'll think I'm a genius. I'll be in and out, 5-minute job. And HP, I got to tell you something, HP does make laptops with access doors, but they're usually the business laptops. These home laptops, And this thing's only a Core i3 to begin with. But he's got Windows 10 on it. And by putting the solid state drive in 16 gigs of RAM and taking off all the bloatware, I think he's going to be good till Windows 10 is done in October 2025.
Yep.
And then it'll be time for a new laptop for him. Okay. And you know, when you deal with people that are retired, you know, you're going to hear, well, we'll see if I'm still alive by then.
Yep.
Right? And then they're always still alive, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Nobody who's ever said that to me has yet died. And the people who haven't said it, those are the ones who.
How are our temps after 21 minutes?
Oh, we're at 21 minutes already. Yeah, I guess we could stop the test. Let's take a look at our final numbers here. I'm looking at 56.9 maximum.
Mighty cool.
And it's a little bit louder than it was, but it's not like before we set those.
Yeah. Watch when he hits stop. How fast those go down.
Watch this temp right up here. When I hit stop and then I hit OK.
51.
Listen to the fans.
Yeah. 50, 40. Yep. Just. Whoosh.
Not bad, huh?
Yep.
So now just adding those extra fans is going to add some RGB, obviously help with the cooling even more.
Mm-hmm.
And if the person who ends up with this wants to add a graphics card to it, power supply is good to go. You know, they just have to run the power cable to it. They don't have to change anything. So let's close this, and let's close this, and let's close this, and this, and this, and let's shut this down. And now we go back over to main camera 1. Let's find this guy's YouTube channel. I want to give this guy a shout out because it's not easy to make a YouTube video. I think people oversimplify. Oh, just turn the camera on. You've got to make sure you've got the shot. You've got to make sure people can hear you. And you always get interruptions, you know. So let's see. Let's do. Well, what's YouTube? I want to go to YouTube. Got to get that out of my way. We go to YouTube, and then we want to go to, I think it's on my watch later list. Yes, right here. And we'll mute that. All right, and now if I turn on window capture, is it window capture? There he is. This guy. First of all, the camera never moves, which is important.
Okay.
But he takes all of these screws out the back, right?
Yep.
Then the keyboard comes out.
Mm-hmm.
Then, this damn advertisement. And then he's got to take out the screws that are behind the keyboard.
Mm-hmm.
Then you separate the shell. Then you've got the logic board. And once he takes all the things attached, like there's the hard drive right here.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's USB ports. And you see all these ribbon cables have to be disconnected. And then after he disconnects all the ribbon cables and he can take the logic board out, when he turns the logic board over, there is your RAM. There's socket 1. There's 2 sockets. Where's the other one?
It's there. Yeah.
I don't see it. You see, this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Filming, you know, he's getting some glare here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there 2 on this one, or is his different than mine? There's the 1 socket. Boy, he's got a lot of RAM. Clearly not a hobbyist. Well, maybe he only had 1 on here. This laptop had 2.
Okay.
So that's why I had to open it and look before I ordered anything.
Mm-hmm.
And then I wasn't sure how much RAM it would hold. So anyway, I don't want to.
Rubber Wilbur.
Is that his name? He's only got 27,000 subscribers. That video's got almost 500,000 views. So anyway, this is a great example of how you can use YouTube to answer just about any question on how to do anything if you have the ambition enough to get off your butt to do it. I'm talking about fixing leaking pipes, or, you know, there's a lot of DIY stuff for around the house stuff, even electrical, which you've got to be careful with.
Yep.
There's people teaching you how they make money with like laundromats and vending machines and how much they make. This guy's got a car wash, and his car wash has been like destroyed twice by somebody like having a dually in there, and then it cost him like $220,000 to fix it. And then is it worth it? And then this other guy's got like rental properties, and he's showing you, he's like in Ohio, and he's showing you these properties he bought that are not in a really good part of town, and that he's rented them out, and how much money he makes from that. So there's all these ideas. If you're out of work and if you have the ambition, I think he even mentions he didn't use any of his own money to buy the houses. Mm-hmm. So you can't use that as an excuse. Anyway, this came out really nice.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to put the fans in it, and then I'll get Photo Ray to do the cable management.
Okay.
I got to get Photo Ray over here.
Yeah.
Right after the holidays. And we'll just give some final shouts out here and say goodnight to everybody once I find our channel. Luke Slater with a 2-pound contribution says Happy New Year, Carey. Raj D with 10-pound contribution says Happy New Year. And I think I previously mentioned Don Allen's $15 contribution. Said Happy New Year, Carey, Mitch, chat. Looking forward to more streaming by Carey in 2022. Did I miss anybody? I hope I didn't miss anybody. I didn't do so on purpose. And I didn't see any trolls. Have you seen any trolls? Oh, this is so nice when there's no trolls.
Yeah.
It's so much nicer. Who is the video guy?
Elf on a Shelf.
The elf on the shelf that got down by itself?
It's a big secret.
Wait, let's see if we can get the camera down on the floor. I just want to put this away. Any last questions, guys? We're going to wrap it up. Let's wrap it up by 6. So that gives us 15 minutes to take your questions. And if you don't have any, we'll wrap it up earlier. And I'm hungry.
Yeah, me too.
And how's your back doing? You've been on your feet this whole time.
Actually, it's better standing up.
It's better standing up. Let's do another hour.
Then it's better sitting. Here, give me that.
Then he's like,
give me that.
Carey, sorry about your face.
Yeah.
It just seemed to bump into my fist. Paul1961 says, Happy New Year, Carey and Mitch. Stay safe.
Always.
Don't get too drunk.
Never.
When was the last time I was drunk? I must have blacked out. I don't remember.
Mad power. Mitch, I hope you feel better. Every day it's less and less, so that's a good thing.
Thank goodness it wasn't any more serious. Bob Wilson says, bye, Carey and Mitch. And Blackwatch says, good build, guys. Thanks. AC's drafting. Stefan, good night, Carey, Mitch, and everybody for this super community. William Gale says, hope everyone has a great 2022. And more videos from Carey. I've got so many cases to go through. You want to say Happy New Year? Great show today, says Carlos Hernandez. Thank you. AJ Haverkamp, Barry Klein, Blackwatch, thank you guys so much for all of your kindness and support. Ooh, good.
There's a camera. There's a camera person.
Sorry,
okay.
I was trying to get comfortable.
Get a little twitch.
Michael in Maryland says Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everybody. I'm not going to name you all by name because we'll be here for 20 minutes. There's Frankie B. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, camera operator. What, are you giving us a show now? What's going on?
No, just not.
We can all see that.
Be good.
Well, if I can't be good, I'll be careful.
Yeah. And if you want a hangover recipe, before you go to bed, 1 can of Coke and 2 aspirin, swallow it.
That sounds like lunch.
And believe me, it'll help. It won't hurt. So you wake up in the morning a lot better. Trust me. Yeah. I know these things.
What medical school did you graduate from? Where did they teach you that?
Yeah.
Was that your third or fourth year at Harvard?
Yeah.
Was that at Johns Hopkins?
Yeah.
Paul Howe says, Carey, Happy New Year, and to the camera lady, please. Okay, camera lady, you know who hasn't said Happy New Year? There he is. You're going to take him up there?
Oh, yes.
You're not going to walk him over there?
Oh.
Making Mitch do all the work.
Hey, everybody, it's Nutty. I came out of hibernation again. Wishing everyone a happy and safe New Year. And we'll see you in 2022. Okay? So be good, be safe, and all that good stuff. I'm going to go back into hibernation, so bye.
What a nut he is. Boy, some people just live up to their names. Mitch, thank you for your friendship and thank you for all of your help this year, 2021, and here in Studio B as we're sort of redefining this channel as it's growing and evolving, and for being a part of it. And we'll look forward to seeing where this leads us in this coming year. And then we can both have matching Teslas.
Yes.
We're just
except for this
we're just like $70,000 away each from having one.
Except for this summer, I'll be gone. So I don't know where I'm going, but I'm going, brother.
You're going out of country?
Yeah.
Even if the pandemic continues, you're still going to go?
I'm going. I can't wait anymore at my age. I've waited 2 years. That was 2 years too long.
Asia?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
All right.
Singapore and a month in the Philippines and
wish you could take me with you.
Vietnam,
But we'll worry about that when the time comes.
the time comes.
All right.
But because my back heals up.
You got 6 months of work.
Yeah, that's
before you take a break.
Right, yeah. Okay.
So on behalf of Mitch and myself, Happy New Year to all of you. Thank you for joining us this year. Thank you.
Be safe. Yeah.
All my friends in blue. We have over 2,000 people in blue now.
Nice.
And I would love that to be 20,000. And to be blue, just be nice. Jump into the chat room. Say hello. I don't care if you're outgoing or you're an introvert. You can say hello. Everybody is welcome in this chat room. And if anybody is made to feel unwelcome, whoever is responsible for that will be swiftly shown the door.
Dealt with. Okay.
AC's Drafting, thank you for all of your contributions and support. Kelly Stewart, Bob Connors, and Peter Laycock, and John Jack Wilson, and Jose. There's 2 Jose's that are contributing. Jose Rivera and Jose. Isn't it terrible when I try to name names? Michael Dane, thank you for continuing to inspire us and your support. Luke Greeny, of course. Thomas Backenstall. Everybody who's gotten a computer from me, those of you who are yet to get one, but will, I hope, here in the United States, and to all of my viewers overseas in Amsterdam and England and New Zealand and Australia and Canada and all through the UK and Germany and Switzerland and Finland and Sweden and all of you, thank you. I wish that there was a way I could affordably send you a computer, but we will have other specials coming up for things like RoboForm. I'll try and get a deal going with Malwarebytes, and I want to find an alternative for cloning software. So we will work on that. A lot of exciting opportunity awaits us in 2022, so I can get my new Tesla.
There you go.
All right, and what do you think? You're gonna leave the light on?
We'll leave the light on for you for next year.
Better make sure that's on when we start the next video.
Right. Yeah.
Or I better make sure you won't
otherwise
be here.
Continuity. So
that's right. We got to keep the continuity. 2022, y'all.
Be there or be square.
Do the kids still say that today?
Old kids like me.
Old kids. Here, I got something for you.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to save it.
Okay.
There you go. All right, we will see you all again very soon. This is it for 2021. Last
Okay.
video of 2021.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gosh. Then we get to start all over again.
Okay.
All right. Bye for now.
Bye for now.